Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next church on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. It is No Pants Friday. All day today. No Pants Friday. We made it to the weekend. Finally. Welcome, welcome. We have an incredible day lined up with this trial as it's progressing. The Hannah Gutierrez trial, also known as the Rust Armor trial. We have a recap of everything that happened yesterday. We're going to do that first thing this morning. We're going to get going with that after our pleasantries are over. As far as pleasantries go, we like to...
The apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be upon us. It's Friday. The zombie apocalypse may be here. The pleasantries include singing happy birthday to whoever has a birthday today, as well as welcoming the first person who typed in chat. And today, well, it helps if my button works. Just 1 second. Click here. It's like a Friday all over again. There we go. Today, it's choking me up. Rianne, it's choking me up. Today, Rianne K. Rianne K was first in chat, so she said hi about, I don't know, it was about 6:30 this morning, Rianne, when you popped in. Looks like 6:39 by my clock is when you popped in and were first in chat. Rianne, I'm not sure if you know this, but the first person in chat every day is punished for breaking the silence. Really, it's like an unwritten rule. It's a crime. We know somebody's going to do it every day, but we can't let that deed go
Somebody
unpunished.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. Mm-hmm. I don't know who won.
Don't know who won. Judge Boyd doesn't know who won. We'll find out eventually. Anyway, Rianne, you were first in chat, and because of that, we are going to sentence you with internet ownership, which means basically, as a punishment for breaking the silence, you have to fix the internet for everyone who it's broken for, worldwide. And bad news for you today. Apparently, pharmacies all over the U.S. Got some sort of, I don't know, ransomware or something going on, and so everyone who needs meds is going to be calling you saying like, "Hey, fix the pharmacy." Rianne, bad day to be first in chat, but congratulations either way. Also available to you for the low fine of 50 cents. You can download your own fill-in-the-blank version of a certificate commemorating your win, which is appropriate and worthy of a resume. Really, it really is. This goes on your permanent record. Congratulations, Rianne. I think this is the first time you've committed this offense, but wonderful. All right. With that being said, we have so much to do. I'm not sure if we have any birthdays to celebrate. We do sing. The internet was really broken yesterday. It was so bad. It's been a rough week for the internet, all in all. Let's see. But I did...
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Speaking of not relevant, the podcast last night, which we call the Not Relevant Podcast with Thomas and I, we talked about something that I heard on Fox News this morning. So apparently Fox News is listening 24/7 to our podcast. I don't know. Is that a thing? Yes, we broke a story. We didn't really break it, but we talked about it first. I thought that was funny. About NVIDIA and their stock price, but that's neither here nor there, and it's definitely not relevant for what we're covering today, which is the Hannah Gutierrez or the Rust movie trial. All right. Now, let's see. My husband Tom's birthday is today, says Pamela. We have at least one person to sing to. Let's see. What trial is the video of cockroaches fighting from? It cracks me up every time I hear it. Nathalie, that is from, I'm not sure what trial it was. It was an appearance before Judge Boyd, where she was saying, look, you don't want to go to jail. Jail's no fun. I mean, it's dirty, it's nasty. They only give you 2 squares of toilet paper. I saw a video of cockroaches fighting down the, yeah, that's what it was from. But it's just from one of her little moments of of truth and levity and instruction to one of the people in front of her. All right, we have the buffer sound. I see the birthdays there. I need to make a slight correction here. Just 1 second. So we have also Tom. Husband Tom is on the birthday list. And then we also, Sharon says we have Heather is 24 on the 24th. That's going to be tomorrow. Golden birthday. Congratulations. Haley is 34. Jason Paul, Kately, Georgina, Missy Blue all have birthdays today. So here we go. Wow, we've got some good. Let's see. So I'm going to add Tom to this list. So it's going to be Tom, Heather, Haley, Jason Paul. In my head, I'm already trying to see how we're going to fit all these into one verse. Kately, or Katie. I'm sorry, I added an L to your name, Katie. My apology. Katie and Georgina. Happy birthday, Georgina. Let's see if I spell it right. And lastly, but not leastly, Missy Blue. All right. With a B. There we go. All right. Tom, Heather, Haley, Jason, Paul, Katie, Georgina, Missy Blue. We're going to sing this. We're going to sing Happy Birthday. Oh, there's another one. Let's see. They have their birthdays over the weekend. It's fine. It's so fine. We have, even though Heather is just today and the rest are over the weekend, it's fine. We're going to sing to everybody who's celebrating on or about today. Doris's birthday today. Add Doris to the list. This might be a two-verser. All right. This is not just me singing to you. Kim R., what's your daughter's name? What's your daughter's name? Oh, Heather. Oh, she's on the list. Okay, that's good. All right. I wanted to make sure everyone's on here. This is not just me singing to you on your birthday. This is us singing to each other. So if you are here, if you're present, you obviously have signed the consent form because the video would not show up unless you would click the box to say, I agree to sing the birthday song in the morning with everybody else. So the fact that you are here means you've already consented and legally are responsible and can be held accountable for not singing. So we are going to sing the birthday song to Tom, Heather, Haley, Jason, Paul, Katie, Georgina. I need to spell that right. Georgina, there we go. Missy Blue and Doris. We're going to do that in two verses. We're going to split it up with Tom, Heather, Haley, and Jason, Paul, and then Katie, Georgina, Missy Blue, and Doris. And remember, there's an intermission in the middle. So places, everybody. Remember your parts. Shoulders back. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Reach from your diaphragm. Blend your voices with those of your neighbor. Just as we practiced. Get ready. Here we go. La 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 la. Oh, we're all warmed up beautifully. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tom, Heather, Haley, Jason, Paul. Happy birthday to you. Intermission here. The cha-chas. There they are. Great work from the altos today. I'm really feeling it. Okay, let's finish strong here on this last verse. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Katie, Georgina, Missy Blue, and Doris. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who is celebrating a birthday today, yesterday, tomorrow, over the weekend, what a wonderful day. What a wonderful day to celebrate. I'm so glad you came here and let us celebrate with you. I know there are a million people and probably a million places you could be where they would celebrate you on your birthday on this special day. But no, you're here with us, and that is wonderful. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit better. Happy birthday. Help yourself to the free pancakes at Denny's. I think they still do that. Denny's might be calling me up, but look, quit sending people to us saying they get free pancakes. That was like 10 years ago. We don't do that anymore. Somebody please verify that I'm not falsely advertising for Denny's, which is not a sponsor, by the way, not a sponsor. Denny's, hit me up. You got my burner phone. Anyway, happy birthday to everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. Appreciate everyone who sang. I know you did. I heard you. It was beautiful. All right. Now we're going to, Denny's is going to call me. Actually, Denny's is going to call me one day and be like, look, we do not give you permission to do this. Yeah, send me that cease and desist, Denny's. Until then, I'm going to include you in the celebration. All right, just wanted to mention, lots of people were saying HDR hair being colorful wasn't professional, but in the media industry, you can be as colorful and creative as you want in general. She was a very creative person. She is. Vicky, talking about Hannah, who's the defendant, jumping now from birthdays straight into the case. What a seamless transition. Very creative. She actually had a goal of being a cinematographer. She went to school for that. She's been around the movie industry. This is what she wants to do. She wants to do video creation. This is a sad step in that career path, a very tragic one. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more. We're gonna go a quick wrap up of what happened yesterday, in case for some reason you were working, you couldn't miss day one of everything that was happening. So we're going to do a quick introduction. So for those that aren't up to speed on this, we're calling this the Rust movie trial, but this really is, we're not trying the Rust movie itself. This trial is the trial of Hannah Gutierrez, or she goes by Hannah Gutierrez Reed being her father-in-law, who is also an armorer, where she sort of learned the ropes through or followed. So this is Hannah's trial. She was the armorer on the Rust movie set. The armorer is the person responsible for acquiring, maintaining, and assuring the safety of and use of the firearms, which are used for props, as well as the ammunition, being the blanks, and the dummy rounds. There should only be two. There is no actual live ammunition that should be on the set. And here is the problem, because live ammunition ended up on the set. We haven't gotten into exactly how it got here. The state has given us a little teaser of that in their opening, but the evidence itself, I think, is going to be developed further in that area. But let's review the charges first. So Hannah is not accused of shooting anyone. It didn't happen. Okay. Hannah is not accused of shooting anyone. She loaded the firearm with what should have been dummy rounds, not blanks, dummy rounds. Dummy rounds are rounds that have no powder charge, cannot fire, and are just there to make it look like the gun is loaded, because in the movies, they go to a great effort to make it look like what you're seeing on screen is actually happening, okay? If it looked fake, we wouldn't watch the movies. So the little details, like the fact that they're actually, the back of a cartridge visible in the revolver, that's one of the details they cover, and that's what she's responsible for. So she's responsible for loading that and bringing it on set and saying, "Hey, firearms are on set. We're using the firearms now." Presenting it to her assistant, who then checks it as well, and then they present it to the actor, who's supposed to check it or can check it as well. And then, if all that had happened, or if none of that had happened, if she just gave it to him and she only had dummy rounds, that we would not be here today. There would have been no accident. Unfortunately, not necessarily all those parts happened. She did load the gun, from what we have heard. She did transfer the gun or show the gun to her assistant, and then it was handed to someone who was handed it to the actor, Alec Baldwin. It had a live round in it, at least one. And in this practicing the use of the firearm on set, Mr. Baldwin, it appears, because we haven't got a lot of information on this yet, it appears, or we hear, that the gun discharged while he was holding it, while he was either practicing a draw or something. It discharged while it was pointed in the direction of individuals on set, and it struck Helena Hutchins, and the bullet passed clean through her, and then also struck and lodged in the shoulder of Joel Souza. So this was terrible. This was a surprise. The gun was not supposed to make any noise, let alone fire a projectile. So you can imagine the confusion on set, the chaos that ensued. They called the police. The police are responding. It's a very rural set. This happened out on it was the Bonanza Creek Ranch, which is like 1,250 acres or something. It's a big ranch. It's used just for movie production. Debbie Saltman, by the way, alto section rehearsals are working. They're great. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. We also have a couple member messages I have to get to before I miss them. We have Ireland's Princess. Happy birthday to you all. Love this channel, Scott Mods and Friends. Thank you, Ireland's Princess, for the 2 months of support. Look at this, 12 months. Have an easy day. It says Recovery Addict. Wow, what a week. My birthday Wednesday. Today's my nephew Jason's birthday, and today I turned orange. It's wonderful. Thank you for being with us for 12 months. I love that orange courthouse by your name, although it's hard to see on this particular layout. Samantha Terry, also with an orange courthouse. Welcome to the jury. One of our great mods. Appreciate you, Samantha. All right. Love having you on the jury as well. So going back to where we are in the recap. Let's see. Where are we? I'm not trying to ignore chat. I'm trying to get through the recap as succinctly as we can so I don't miss anything. So I wrote down some bullet points just so I could do this. So we've got Hannah is charged because of her role in the shooting. Now, she did not tell anyone to shoot anybody. She didn't. There's no malice involved whatsoever. So her charges are involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering. The evidence tampering actually doesn't have to do anything with the gun, anything with like taking bullets out or trying to hide something. The evidence tampering is related to after she talked to the police, she supposedly allegedly took a little baggie of cocaine and passed it to a friend saying, hang on to this for me, and the friend was like, sure, took it, and then realized what it was and like, oh crap, and she threw it away. And then later Hannah's like, hey, I want the stuff back. And she's like, it's gone, I can't. Anyway, so that the text message and everything revealed that to the police. And so she's charged with hiding evidence of drug use. We don't know if that was involved at the scene. We haven't heard that testimony yet. Clearly it's got to be involved somehow. So we'll hear about that. So the charges, those two charges of the negligent manslaughter and the tampering with evidence in New Mexico, both those charges are considered Class 4 felonies. A Class 4 felony is punishable by up to 18 months in prison and a $5,000 fine. So if, worst case scenario, if the prosecution proves everything they are charging in this case, and the jury agrees with them, and the judge throws the book at her, she's looking at, if they serve consecutively, 3 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. It doesn't seem like much, considering the life is on the line, but there was no malice. This was literally, they're saying it was an accident. One of the first words out of the judge's mouth in this trial was, hey, accidents happen. When there was a little mistake, I think there was an accident on the way to court for one of the jurors. And that's like the theme of the trials, that accidents happen. Unfortunately, this accident, the state says, was preventable, and Hannah was responsible for preventing that. So we're going to go through all the evidence regarding that. Before we go too far, you're saying, hey, why are we charging Hannah and not Alec? Well, we are. Well, not we, but the state is charging Alec Baldwin again. Originally, they filed some charges against him, dialed the charges back a little bit, then dropped them back last April, then refiled the charges, the involuntary manslaughter charges against Alec in January. I think that was January 19th. And those charges, he said he wants a speedy trial, and he will be appearing before this same judge in the same court with a new jury in June, July timeframe. We don't have a date yet on that, but that's coming up. So he is probably watching this case, or his lawyers at least, very closely to see what the state is bringing in as evidence and to consider how they want to possibly prepare a defense on that front. All right. Let's see. So we've got the charges. Defense attorneys have said that prosecutors are charging Hannah because they say she's an easy target. Okay, and it's no coincidence that they use the firearm terminology of a target, but an easy target. They've pointed the finger blame at everyone else that could have noticed the mistake, including Alec Baldwin, whose name is being mentioned a lot of times, and by a lot I mean let's see here. Let me switch this. Super source box 2 is 4. There we go. By a lot, I mean, his name has been mentioned 42 times so far in trial, and we are counting. That is what we're counting during this trial. We have the ABC, the Alec Baldwin counter, going in the bottom right-hand corner of trial, and as it proceeds, we're going to continue with that counter. We think it's going to go quite high, especially as the defense mentions this. His name is mentioned a lot by the defense, and that will keep coming up. So they blamed Alec Baldwin. And Alec Baldwin has been charged. They've also blamed the production team or the production crew for this, and for a couple different reasons. And it's funny because they say they were overworking Hannah, that she had 2 jobs she was trying to do, and so she, they couldn't expect her to get everything right because there was too much on her shoulders. She was only 24 years old, and this was she just had a handful of experienced movies in her career that she had been an armorer for or been an assistant armorer for. There was not much behind her. She was relatively new at the job. And so they're saying you couldn't expect her to do everything based on the workload you put on her and the limited time she was given to conduct armorer duties on the set. She was only given 8 days for this in this movie, and it was a low budget film. But so they blamed her for the overworking. She was filling 2 positions on the set and had only limited days. The defense also seemed to blame production for hiring Hannah in an interesting argument that stopped short of saying she was unfit for the position. Okay, it's like the next logical step in what they were saying would say they're accusing the production team for hiring her when it's like, why would you hire our client to do this job when clearly she's 24? And I expected that the next word out of their mouth was, she never should have been hired for this job. But in saying that, it would say that she's not fit to do the job, and they can't really do that because that's sort of admitting that she's not capable, and I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see how they go. That might rise up in the defense examination of witnesses as well. Day 1 was yesterday. And the testimony that came out during day 1, Daffy says, Runkle's reaction to the evidence so far was red flag heavy. Second month here. Woohoo! I really like Ian Runkle's take on this. And he caught a couple things that pretty much everyone else missed when it came to little details that were just slid into the opening statements by the prosecution. And I'm going to blame the prosecutor for that because he had such a flat delivery that we all just about slept through it. There was not much in there, but there are some important parts, especially about sourcing the ammunition and where it came from, that I think we'll get into. That might be very, very interesting. Let's see who's on the phone. Hang on one second.
Call from Bree.
Oh, Bree's our court watcher. She is in court in New Mexico. Bree, how are you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm heading there now. I'm at least going for the first half because I invested a whole day in this, which I'm going to invest 2 weeks, don't get me wrong. But if I've been sitting in there, I'm going to see the cross-examination of this weapons person because I want to see how they take this to say that they wouldn't have known those were live rounds.
Yeah. It's let me ask you this. Sitting where you are in court, can you hear the ASMR? Can you hear the bullets, the dummy rounds as they rattle?
100%. That's why I asked Chad if they could hear it because I didn't know for sure. But yeah, I'm going to sit on the other side today, so that way you guys can find me. I'm wearing a black and white, I'm going to say very loud. I did it for the lady. I had to join her spirit today.
Wonderful.
It's like a black and white, overshirt with a black shirt underneath. And I'll probably wear my blue rim, like the blue light glasses. That way I have something on so you guys can figure out who I am. But
Wonderful.
Anyway.
We'll watch for you, Bree. It's exciting.
Yeah, I was even kind of towards the back yesterday, and I could hear them in the room.
Yeah. It came across, and I realized we had a good microphone position to hear this, but it was quite clear for all of us. Yeah. I think part of the problem is that the state, in presenting the evidence, and we'll get to this in just a minute when we talk about everything that was done yesterday. The state is almost confusing people with the bullets. I mean, it's like you've got a brass primer, but this one's polished. You've got a silver primer. This one's a live round. You've got this one with no primer, and this is a dummy, and this is a fired round without a primer, and you've got just like... I
think what she was trying to get at from in the courtroom, seeing it, that she wanted to get to the point that it didn't matter what the other ones look like. If it had the silver round bottom on it, it was live. I think that's what it didn't matter if it had a hole in it. It didn't matter if it made sound, because there's so many different ways it could be a dummy that she should have known based on that silver bottom that was a live round, and she should have known that. I think that's where she was trying to go.
And she did present that one bullet that had been drilled out and didn't have a BB inside. The hole had been filled back in, and another one that had like a brass primer that sort of had been polished to look silver. And I think because between that and the fact that we were using an Elmo, which sort of put a glare on some of the images for the viewer, on our end, it was a little bit more confusing than it was clarifying. Yeah. So hopefully that will be a little more clear. I think some of what they presented probably will help the defense, because if you're not a gun person, if you're sitting there on the jury and you're like, they all look the same to me. I mean, they're saying the noses are different in the front. What part's the nose? Right. And I'm just looking at bullet after bullet after bullet, and they all just look like the same bullet. So,
I think what they're going with, though, is that since she's an armor, she should have known, though. Yeah. She should have known of anybody. And I think it's the fact that, hey, even if they got on set, which they should never got on set to begin with, if she was doing her checks like she should have, and the first AD did their checks like they should have, this should never have happened, no matter what. So I think that's what they're trying to get to, but I feel like at times it's just in circles. And the defense attorney, the gentleman, I don't know if it comes across condescending through the video, but at times when he asks them these questions, to me, he's very condescending. Yeah. And my favorite was the first officer to arrive on scene yesterday when he asked him, well, hindsight, he goes, well, if I could armchair quarterback it, and I about fell out of the seat, trying not to laugh out loud. But I'm just like, tell him, dude, tell him how it is. Like, of course, hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. I think we have to watch this. We don't have the overt drama in this court, in the lawyering yet, but I think it's subtle, and I think it will be there. Points like that, some of the questions, there was one about how's your vision or something. I forget. There was another point where some questions were asked that just were like, whoa,
I put it there, and I put that in chat because I'm about 30 seconds ahead of you, and nobody had got it yet. No, like, I think you're ahead. I'm like, I am. But he's like, well,
you're ahead because you're live.
Are you wearing glasses? Yeah. He's like, are you glasses? He's like, well, how can you see? And I'm just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It was a little out there, but I just, it's interesting. But like I said, everyone those jurors is really focused in, and it could be because a lot of them don't understand these pieces, and so they want to make sure. But
yeah, there's a comment here by Steve N says that Hannah shouldn't have been the armor on a Western yet. Then this was actually her second Western movie that she was the lead armor. She was in charge on. The first one was a movie actually done with Nicolas Cage, and there are some allegations there that some people weren't happy with how she performed her job because she was a little loose with some of the procedural stuff regarding announcing that firearms were on the set and being used and things like that. I'm not sure.
Part of me wonders if that's because she grew up in it from her dad and stuff like that. So maybe I don't know. People getting this know that what they're doing is they're messing with deadly weapons and stuff like that. But sometimes when you're around it so much, maybe you get desensitized. I don't know. I'm speculating, but you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's just a gun. It's fine. I mess with these all day type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
I almost wonder if that's what it is.
It's something one thing that bothers me about this set is everyone's saying the prop gun. And they're saying that like there's guns and there's prop guns. No, the gun is a gun. It is a real firearm. It's purchased from a gun store like any other firearm that's fully functional. It's a fully functional gun used as a prop. Okay, so the only prop that should have been on the scene was the ammo bullets that should have been dummies. Mm-hmm. And that's where the prop came in.
Well, what's funny too, if you remember media coverage on this way back when it started, they kept talking about, Alec was, didn't pull the trigger, but he said the gun jammed, whatever. And they made it sound like the gun jammed, but if you watched it yesterday, it was actually a shotgun that the bullet jammed in, not Alec's gun. And Alec's gun, I know, the ticker's going crazy with me saying his name. But
we're not going to count these ones.
Okay, good. But they said his gun was brand new from the manufacturer. Like, the manufacturer made it for this Western. It was brand new, had never been used.
Yeah, it's a beautiful firearm as far as firearms go. This is not like some antique they found at buried in somebody's chest at an old estate sale. This was a gun designed to look like an old gun. It's the finish, the blued finish. It's designed to make it look like that. Not cheap. Fully functional.
No.
Very nice. Let me cover a couple things while I've got you on the phone. If you've got a minute, is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're just recapping day one. The trial focused initially on the initial response of police officers on the scene. So we have an officer that shows up, and it's basically chaos. People are running around, people are screaming. It's like, where is it? It's in the church. He was running his body cam. We don't get to see that. You did. I assume that body cam image probably showed some graphic injury.
It wasn't super graphic, but I just think it was because of the fact that they were in the shot and what happens at the end, that they just didn't want to, like, it wasn't graphic like you would see in a movie, but it still was the point that I think what happens, and so they didn't want to show it.
Yeah. So that was that's reasonable. That makes sense. A lot of times those the graphic shots are excluded from our view, even though someone in court would be able to see it like you. So what we did see is we saw a scene of confusion. We saw people running all over the place, officers asking for more help. trying to figure out who was who. I mean, you've got all these people wandering around in costume, and you're like, where's the gun? You know, where's the person who shot it? Where's the person who was shot? You know, and they're trying to get all these facts in place, and they've only got like one, two, three officers. I think the testimony was 3. I think a few more were visible on the camera, but they're trying to corral what ended up being about 200 people on the set in a windy environment where, you know, the wind's just whipping through there. And so we've got wind noise and people shouting back and forth and wandering and trying to put crime tape up in the desert. It's not like you've got like a great forest of trees you can attach things through. So it's like, oh, we can go to that trailer and this truck and, you know, around the back of the building here. You've got a helicopter coming into land. And through all this, mistakes were made. A lot of mistakes in handling, specifically in handling witnesses, because at one point they're like, hey, gather everyone together. Don't let people leave. And somebody else is like, let's get these people out of here, you know, move on out. And so you've got people leaving the scene who might have been key witnesses before the police have identified who they are. They haven't added the, you know, got their number and contact information and the basics, like, where were you? Did you see this happen? And then the people that had seen it, they're like, yeah, I was there. Originally, the police were told there's 4 people in the building when it happened. And then it turns out there were about 12. And those people were all grouped together in a big group so they could all just talk about what they saw. And what happens when a bunch of people talk about what they saw? They come to a consensus. And I was like, I must have been wrong because I saw something different. But all 8 of you guys said it would happen this way. You know, one guy might be saying, I saw Alec Baldwin, you know, cock and fire. And that would be very pertinent to a case like this. Now, I'm just putting that out there as a hypothetical. No,
absolutely, yeah.
But so, yeah, we have an issue where witnesses on the scene were all mixed together, very confusing. The paperwork of a crime scene investigation did not start until well later in the game. Lawyers were on scene before they start recording who was even walking in and out of the crime scene. So that was good. The second a police officer body cam, which we did see at least part of. I think we're going to see more of that because we haven't. I don't think we've seen Alec Baldwin. Did he show up on the first body cam at all?
Yeah, That was my favorite part was that young officer obviously didn't know who Alec Baldwin was. His name was Giggle.
He's like, who's this guy?
But yeah, I mean, he went in front. They're like, well, the actor's Alec Baldwin. He's like, who's that?
They're like,
so then they
he's
sent him to him.
The man.
Yeah, they're like, they sent him to him, and he's like, well, I know what your name is, but I need your, you know, your statement. So I need you to go over there. You know, I need you off your phone, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, he showed up in the first one, but not for very long.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's confusing. Having been not on a crime scene like this, but having responded to incident management situations, usually natural disaster, fire, things like that, some traffic accident, and been on the communication side myself. This just felt so real. This is literally you're dumped in and just have to find footing and start figuring out what's important and treat the most important thing first. And so I don't blame the officers, but they did make a few mistakes.
Oh yeah, and what people fail to realize is Santa Fe County in general it's about 150,000 people. But what you have to remember when they do their census, people get counted in a census that don't actually live here year round. We have a lot of people that this is their vacation home area that get counted in census that don't always live here.
Yeah, they come down during the winter, and it was. I mean, it's October, right? It was October 21st.
Yeah.
So it's the beginning of winter. It's the beginning of that season of people who leave all the colder areas, the colder climates, to come down and enjoy the good weather.
Yeah. So they don't have a whole lot of officers down here, and they don't have. Albuquerque does have some crime, but Santa Fe really doesn't see that stuff. Then for them to, I mean, let's be honest, they weren't prepared for this. They had 3 officers that responded or deputies that responded to begin with out in the county. They weren't ready for something like that.
Yeah, it was much more than they were set for. The challenges they face, and even just with the size of the set, the number of vehicles, the number of people on scene, trying to figure out what was going on. Locating, I mean, the officers clearly had some familiarity with the movie scene because they're like, where's your armor? Okay, they knew there was supposed to be an armor, somebody in charge. That's usually done with permits. Okay, so when there's a movie permit, a permit would be granted. And they're like, hey, there's going to be a movie shooting here. They're going to be using firearms. They're going to be, you know, you'll hear gunshots. That stuff is handled through a permit process, so the police might be notified through that. that way. But it was on set as well. It was just confusing. It was a mess. We had
absolutely.
In the second officer's testimony and on his body cam, that's when we finally see the cart, the armorer cart, which is basically a little trolley where all the gun related stuff was sort of thrown. And I say thrown because it was just piled on, hanging off the side, loose bullets in trays, not in trays. You've got the bandoliers here and random stuff, Red Bulls. I don't know if there was a Red Bull somewhere. That might have been somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it was just like, here, just if you need a gun, this is where you go. And that's not how it's supposed to be done. And I think this is why, honestly,
100%.
this might be a slam dunk case for the prosecution, because it's pretty clear that the evidence that we see on the scene, that the officer saw on the scene, shows that the armorer was fairly negligent with how the firearms and the ammunition were being maintained or used on the set.
Exactly.
And that's all they need to prove. They don't need to prove there was any ill intent. That's not even charged. They don't say there was any malice, that she tried to do this, was trying to get back at somebody, or teach them a lesson, or no, there was none of that. All they have to show is that she didn't do her job, and because she didn't do her job, somebody died, even if she wasn't directly responsible.
So I've been trying to pull all the documents and get them uploaded in the Discord, because I help with that too, for this case. And there's a lot of these documents that, when it goes to the tampering of evidence, like, I was like, well, it's just me one person's word against theirs. She handed me some stuff. That's what I thought it was. There's also text messages that she's had that's in these documents that I'm sure is probably going to come out, that, talking to one of the people that's like stayed with her during the filming, and she's like, don't worry, I've got some stuff to keep you awake and all this stuff. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, like it could get really bad for her. And she also, there's a charge that I don't think will come up in here. I think they got it thrown out to come up in this case, but there's a local dive bar here called Matador. You can put a bull in the thing if you'd like to, if it comes up. But
I've got a Red Bull in front of the church right now on the drawing.
But it's called the Matador, and it's like a local dive bar here. And she went in there with a gun and had cocaine on her, and she got arrested one time. I think this was before the shooting, so I don't think they're bringing it in, but they were trying to bring it in for the fact to show that this is typical behavior of her. But, bad actions can't always be brought in, so I think they got it thrown out to where they can't bring this in. Yeah. So. Man,
it's we'll try to stay out of that, because we're not going to hear any evidence.
100%.
So it's
100%. I just didn't know if it comes in, but with the evidence that they are bringing in that I know of for the other parts of it, it's just really sad. It's just like, man, it's just organize your workspace. Just organize your workspace.
Yeah, that's what it's about. And in her defense, the defense is going to bring this up. It'll probably come up. Probably chiefly in their case. I don't think they're going to put her on the stand. First of all, I don't think that would be a good situation in this case, because she would have to admit to either somebody else did her job, which should not happen, or that she did her job wrong. And I can't see another way around that.
There's not.
So she's not going to take the stand. Worst case scenario is 3 years in prison. And that's if they're served consecutive. She might just be like consigned to like, hey, this is going to happen. We'll try to fight it. But and maybe that's why some people said she's like nonchalant in court, like, oh, whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know her.
I personally think she looks scared. From what I've seen of her, I I don't know. You guys probably get more visuals of her than I do. I think she looks scared. She, every time I see her, she's always with that lady. And I don't know if maybe they're doing that because, like, when she has to go to the bathrooms and things like that, they just don't want her just wandering around aimlessly. So maybe they have somebody that's with her because her attorneys are male. I don't know. You know what I mean? But
is her attorney and the lady that's out on the other side, are they a husband-wife team?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know who this lady is. I've asked, I asked the gentleman from News Nation who's been covering this and all that, and even some of the local news people here that I know. Nobody knows what her name is or who she is. I was
sent a picture of her and him at a Taekwondo picture, both of them black belts, or not Taekwondo.
Okay, maybe.
It might be Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, possibly. I don't know my martial arts very well, but
some martial arts thing where they get belts.
Yes, they're wearing the gi. I don't know. It looks like they're together. Okay, and so usually when you're doing that, so that's why I was asking if they're possibly a husband and wife team, a legal team. We've seen that before. We saw that in the Maya trial.
For sure,
with Jennifer and Greg. But interesting case. I think we have to pay a little closer attention, like we mentioned before, to the subtle wording that is used here. because I think that's where, first of all, I think this judge has a great hold of her courtroom. I think she's doing a great job, and she's not going to let things slide that other judges have let slide in the past. So
yeah, absolutely.
People are on their best behavior, but they're still throwing elbows and punches when the judge allows it. so we're going to watch for those, and you really can't sleep at any moment because it might happen at any time. But that's exciting. So court starts at 8:30, or is that?
Yeah, doors open at 8. Court starts at 8:30. Doors open at 8, so I'll be there at 8 to go in. I said I'm going to sit on the other side today.
So we have 1 hour before the actual court begins. We might get a stream just a few minutes before that. But it's going to be interesting. And now Hannah is out on bond, right? I haven't been able to find the details on this. She's not in custody, but I don't know what the bond terms are. I can't think it's very much. It's got to be pretty low.
I don't think it is. I'll look because if you go Google, I Google Santa Fe court records. It'll take you to First District Court. There's a whole section in there on her, and then on Alec Baldwin, and then on David Halls, which is the one who did the plea deal. Everyone, I was uploading them to Discord so people would have the documents. She has 181 different PDFs just with all of her court filings so far. So it might be in there. I just might not have got it uploaded to Discord yet, but it might be in there if you're looking for it.
All right. And when you say Discord, all of you here in chat, if you would like to view that as well, if one of our mods would type !Discord in chat, we'll put a link up. You can join the Discord. The Discord is As the Gavel Drops. It's not my Discord, but we love them. We're sort of partnered with them a little bit. We have a similar vision for openness and transparency of the legal system. They do the paperwork side. We do the camera work side. We're like... We've been teamed up a long time for that. So you can go over there and you can look up documents about cases like this or others that you may be interested in. Right now, this is like the Super Bowl season of courts. It is just it's so much is happening in so many different cases, and it's bizarre things, with attorneys, getting dismissed or thrown off a case and reassigned. We've got Sarah Boone, the issues that are going on. We've got things moving forward in big trials. We've got possible change of venues happening in big trials that we're watching. Pretty much everywhere you turn in the world of true crime, something is happening. And so this is like my favorite time of the year. We've had times when it was like nothing, right around the Christmas break. It was silent. The courts were just like ghost towns. But now it's feast or famine, and we were in the feast mode. So
yeah, that's kind of my plan this morning. Is this last 30 minutes from when the doors open till they start is to finish uploading the last few documents for hers on there, and then I will start with Alec Baldwin's documents as well.
Awesome. I think Josh is going to text me her bond conditions. So.
Yeah, I think David Hall is supposed to be on the stand. I think that's part of his plea deal that he has to take the stand. Because her attorney said in that opening statement that David Hall would say that she did a great job. Remember?
He's called in her defense. He's a defense witness.
Yeah.
But he took a plea deal to testify. That means the state's going to use him as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he went real quick. He was the very first one to do anything.
Now, he's the one who potentially could have provided the ammunition. Might have been the source for the ammunition, the blanks or something like that. Right?
No, he's the first. Sorry, I'm walking over the courthouse. He's the first director or whatever. The ammunition that they got it from was Seth something.
The PDQ
and it's
props.
an Army. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Seth wasn't charged though, was he? Right?
No. But they did do a search warrant on some of the ammo. That's what the lady was saying yesterday.
Okay, so I need to get my people straight. So it's Hall was on scene. Was he was the assistant?
Yes.
That she. Yeah,
he was the first director.
Okay.
First artistic director or first AD. I don't remember what the A is.
Okay. All right, so we'll hear from them. This is going to be super interesting. Her dad might come in and testify. I don't know if they're going to bring him in as an expert or what, or stepfather. I think it was. But this is going to be an interesting case. You're walking to court right now because you're that close. Which is
I'm not.
Great.
Well, I parked that close.
Yeah.
Because parking around Santa Fe, since it's like the oldest town that has ever been built, there's no parking anywhere.
It was built for horses. There's hitching posts out front, and that's all you have room for.
And every place that you can park right now downtown is taken up by Court TV, Sprinter vans, and every other Sprinter van in town. So they paid the city to have all that parking, so there's nowhere to park.
Let's see. I think Josh just sent me the bond information.
Okay.
Let's see. Got to look here. Not guilty. Agreed upon conditions. On release back in August, she said she could not possess firearms, could not consume drugs or alcohol. With twice monthly tests, she could not return to the location of the alleged incident. I'm not seeing the amount, but with the actual crime, the maximum fine of being $5,000, her bond has got to probably lower than you would think. It's almost might just be a personal recognizance.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't, like I said, that part I hadn't seen yet. But yeah, I know she's out.
Yeah.
And I was talking to you and got stuck in the floor as I'm walking out of the courthouse on by accident. And I'm like, I got to get out of these cameras' way.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a ton of interest in this one, possibly because, I mean, this is like a foreshadowing of what it'll be like with Alec Baldwin. Obviously, anytime you get a movie star in court, that draws attention. We know what happened with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. So that's going to be a big one. That one's slated for June or July with the same judge in the same court. So if you don't like what's happening now in Santa Fe, wait a couple months. It's going to get worse.
Right. Did you see the picture I sent to your burner of the girl? I got a picture of her sitting on that box. I forgot that I had that.
Was she Court TV?
Yesterday. I don't know what she is. She wasn't with Court TV, so I don't know. Like, she wasn't by their van. Okay. But that may just be kind of where it's set to stage everything. So they just have media passes on. It doesn't say who they're with.
Yeah. Well, it's the picture you're talking about had a reporter, a cute reporter. She's there, reporting on everything, and she's standing on a huge box to be tall enough. Because if you're too low, the camera, it doesn't work very well. The camera has to have the angle to get the background and everything else. You have to bring the talent up to the height that the camera needs for the view. You can't just bring the camera down to the talent. So she's standing on a big box to get taller.
I was at you in one of these suites. There's a great reporter that's here. I don't know if she'll be here today or not, because I know some of them were just doing the first day. But her name's Phaedra. She's with the Santa Fe New Mexican. Mm-hmm. She's been doing great coverage. Her and then Alex Capioni or whatever from News Nation. They were live tweeting the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be here today, because he said just he was here for jury selection and opening statements. I don't know if he'll be here today. But, yeah, that's why I was saying, like, I don't know if I can live tweet this or not. I don't know what I'm allowed to do. So I've just been kind of, here and there with where I know it's not going to be out in general public. Yeah, we're talking about general public. Yeah.
Tell me, what's the name of the lady from the Santa Fe reporter?
Phaedra. Hold on. Let me find it. I can at you in it, see if I can find it.
Okay, I'll watch for that. That's cool. We can do it later. All right. I think that's everything.
Phaedra Haywood.
Phaedra Hayward.
Yeah, I'll at you though, no matter what. But she's been really good. She was taking She was taking live shots yesterday morning, and I was in her shots accidentally, like with my hot pink backpack. It was fine though.
I can't talk and type at the same time. Okay, I can't spell it. Well, I'll wait for you to at me.
Yes, I'll do it, yeah.
I'm spelling challenge this morning.
She's been really good on it, so it's just been really good information and stuff, and so she's been following it, so.
Awesome. So we're hoping, things we're hoping for today, obviously, with each cross of a witness, we get a little more peek behind the theory of the defense, which we heard a little bit in opening. But we'd like to see how that develops and see if there's any additional support or admissions, I should say, of errors on the part of other people on the set, because they're trying to spread the blame. They really are. They're pointing a lot of fingers. They haven't come out and said it wasn't at all her fault, but they clearly think that she was overcharged and she's being used as a scapegoat here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're watching. I almost
feel like that should have been a counter too, because they said it so many times in the opening.
We need more counters. We could do a whole screen of counters. We also are hopeful that we get jury questions. I think once that door is opened with jury questions, it will be a floodgate, because if the jurors are as interested as you say they are, with them taking notes and just scribbling frantically, almost word for word in some cases, just writing nonstop, they've got questions. And I want to hear what they are. Give the little insight into that. I think that would be wonderful. Once those floodgates are opened, I think the jury questions will pour out, if they ever do. But I'm really hoping the judge will encourage them one more time to share, to raise their hand if they have a question, present it, because it's not like in other trials. Blackbird Squeaks, we'll get you back in just a minute. I see you calling in. It's not like in other trials where the judge literally has a break in the trial before the witness is excused and says, "Now, juror members, do any of you have questions?" And we love that, right? It's just like, oh, by the way, if at some point, something comes up and you've got a question, raise your hand. The bailiff, George, will bring me a note. I'll look at it, and if I can ask the question, I will.
I wonder if that changes a little bit today, though, since they were so delayed yesterday with the audio being messed up and stuff not working and everybody getting a little bit frantic and frazzled, you know what I mean? Like frustrated with all the technology issues. The minute like that first witness was done, like, okay, next witness, like they were just trying to get going. I wonder if today, now that we're maybe back on pace and I wonder if she maybe mentions that now.
So they scheduled till March 8th, right? That's the date they should be done. Usually that's
you mean May 8th?
Yeah, that I just about fell out of my chair. She said May. We've got so many cases between now and then that we want to follow. Oh man, but yeah, she corrected it to March 8th, and that's still it's a good length of time. It's not I don't think it's a hugely like. The set of facts we're looking at are very limited. The time frame is fairly limited. The location is limited. The individuals involved are limited. It doesn't. They're going through everything in detail, but I really think that they'll probably end ahead of schedule of March 8th. That's my gut feel on this one.
Right.
All right, Bree. Super excited for you to be in court. Can't wait to see you in the background there. Hopefully they don't move the cameras so that we get to see the other side of the courtrum today and then miss you.
They probably will. That would be my luck.
Yeah, but it'll be wonderful. We'll watch for you, and also we'll listen for any feedback and input you can give us. And thank you so much for being our eyes and ears in the courtrum.
You're welcome.
So today, jury questions. Keep an eye on those jurors. If there's anything neat that happens there, let us know. That's something we can't see. We'd love to know if there's something unique in that area. So
I shouldn't hold up a sign in the back that says, "Jurors, do you have questions?"
Ask questions, jurors. Yeah, that'll be your last day in court.
Do you?
Not your last day, because you'll have your own hearing later. But Bree, have a great one. Stay safe. We'll see you.
You too. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Call from Blackbird Squeak.
Blackbird Squeaks, how are you doing? Thanks for being patient.
Good, no problem. Good morning, everybody. It's real awkward, and it's very early for me, so, well, it shouldn't be that early, but I just woke
You slept
up.
in.
Anyway,
it's all right. It's all right.
I did. I was trying to ignore my children's want, but it had to end, so. Anyway, I just wanted to, real quick, we talked a little bit about the live ammunition being brought, and do you remember in the opening statement how the prosecution is putting this to her because there's a photo of her with a box before that was brought on set, before Seth's ammunition was brought on set that had the lives in it, or what the prosecution is alleging are the lives.
Are you talking about during the opening statement where they talked about that?
Yeah.
I have to go back and listen. I listened to Ian Runkle's take on this, and it meant more to him than it did to me when I first heard it, because it sort of just slid by me.
Yeah. So they're saying that if it was October 12th or something, where there's a photo of her with a box on her lap, and now they had to enhance the box to show that, that
one of the rounds was live in that box.
Actually, a few of them in that box. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 have the nickel colored
primer.
Remind me, primer.
Yep.
So that was, it was compelling. We'll see how that shakes out. But I think that's why Seth wasn't maybe charged in this. Maybe that's their theory anyway.
That if she had live rounds on the set a couple days before the shooting, the argument is she should have caught it.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
even
And
if
I think
somebody's
there
like,
was some.
the problem is no matter what the defense says, this isn't our fault because someone else planted the bullets or somebody mixed them up or they grabbed the wrong box or something. No matter what series of events led to that moment, she was the last person that had the buck stops here. Okay. The other people, there are some checks further down the line where they could say, yep, you're right. But she was the one whose responsibility was to make sure it was correct. And she was rushed. Maybe she was bullied in. I mean, being a young person on a set, there's a lot of pressure on a movie scene. I mean, it's like people are getting paid a lot by the hour, and it's the bills are just racking up. If you're on a movie set, if you've ever done
there's
this,
there's a lot of redundancy that should be and is built into this that for a lot of different reasons, whether they're, good for her or sort of against her, but that didn't play out. So she, what it comes down to is she probably didn't check as well. I mean, I have ADHD and like her, the testimony about her behavior and her sort of organization is kind of pinging me. So I don't know if she does or not, but, so anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. I know, again, it's early to be bugging y'all, but
no, it's good. I appreciate that, Blackbird Squeaks. I think we'll hear more of that, more of her defense and more of the pressure she was under on the defense side. That obviously the state isn't going to, make it look like she wasn't allowed to do her job. That's going to be more the defense side that we'll hear that, and we'll hear some testimony. That's where we're going to hear about the email that she sent complaining about the conditions she was working under. We'll hear more about the other people on the set who quit because of different conditions they were under. But it sounds like she was young, she was new. She wanted she wanted to be a cinematographer. She was working her way up in the movie world. Okay, she's like, this is how I get on the scene. I get my name in there. I get to know some people. I got
a reputation of some sort.
I've got a good foot in the door because of Reed, my father-in-law, who's a well-known armorer, and possibly
her adoptive father, I think.
Yeah.
I think that was her adopted father.
I'm going to name him just Dad. We're just going to call him Dad Reed.
Dad.
but yeah, there's a lot of things I think the defense can bring up, but no matter what they bring up, I still can't see how it will get us around that responsibility that she had as an armorer. That you look at let's look at another situation where a tragic disaster occurred. Space Shuttle Challenger. Okay, the launch of a Challenger. We have a situation where terribly all the astronauts lost their lives, and there was a team of people that sat around and they knew that one of the components on that the solid rocket booster was not designed to function in the temperature window that they had.
Correct.
And they knew it could fail. Yep. There was a weak point, and there was pressure on people to just there's money on the line. Where the countdown's going. Don't stop the timer.
We need the launch. We don't have the temperature we need.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. Just shut up and color, and we'll get this launch off. And now, looking back, hindsight, which is what we're doing on the Rust case as well, a bad decision was made. And that one, I think it was more of a group decision or group pressure on an individual to not speak up. I guess it could be similarly in this case when we hear from the defense that Hannah might have been literally bullied into not doing her job.
Right. How many times did it work before that with the Challenger? Like that's the part of the problem is they're gambling on whether they think there'll be a large disaster or whether they could get through this day, and go back to work tomorrow by what they're doing, or what they're skipping. So
yeah, the pressure was tight. Tempers were hot because people were quitting. People were angry. It's a low budget film, meaning we don't have an unlimited checkbook.
Oh yeah,
it's just going to fund whatever it costs.
It was. I don't want to say rinky dink because, of course, I support indie films. I support these tier 1 or whatever it was. Like I support that, but it seemed a little rinky dink. Just in the footage that you saw, and the evidence kind of testimony coming in, or that's going to come in. But anyway,
it's going to be another interesting day. I cannot wait. Blackbird Squeaks, thank you so much for the call.
Thank you talking
to you.
Guys, have a good day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rick Grover and several other people have been saying, but why were there live rounds? Six live rounds on the set. That's one of the things that I can't get past, especially when you look at the pictures from a couple days prior, where literally a live round was sitting in her lap while she's holding a prop gun, a real gun, but a gun that was used as a prop. I hate the word prop gun. If you can't tell, I really that bugs me, and I said it, and I'm bugged at myself now, because these firearms that are used on set should be handled just like any other firearm, and the safety rules that apply should be exactly the same. But anyway, all right. Let's see. Wanted to answer a couple questions. I don't know. Someone was asking about Carmela Cifuentes, EMC. Is that in this case? Is that a name that I should have known about, or is that an unrelated case? I'm not sure. It doesn't ring a bell just off the top of my head. Found live rounds in someone else's bandolier. I think 2 bandoliers had live rounds in them. One was Mr. Baldwin's, and one was another actor on the set. Let's see. The person she gave the bag of stuff to threw it in the trash. Yes, and I believe also some rounds of ammunition were thrown away as well, because the gun that was on set, well, the one that Alec Baldwin was holding when it went off, that gun, when it was turned over to the police, was empty. And the way a revolver works is not like a semi-automatic pistol. A revolver, you have to physically load the bullets into each. You've got a cylinder, okay? They call it a cylinder, and it has 5 or 6 rounds, meaning it's 5 or 6 holes, and you have to load a bullet in each one, then you turn it, you load the next bullet, you turn it, load the next, until all the holes are full, usually. And then you flip that cylinder back in line with the barrel, so it's between the hammer and the barrel, and then the hammer can be cocked back, the trigger can be pulled, the hammer will fly forward, hit the back of that primer, the primer explodes, the charge goes off, and it projects the bullet out the cylinder, through the barrel, and down at whatever's downrange. Once it's fired, the bullet stays in the gun. It stays in the cylinder. It just rotates to the next position. Got Mr. Upper Torso on the phone.
Call from Mr. Upper Torso.
Mrs. Mr. Upper Torso, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm trying to finish explaining how a revolver works, then I'll take your questions. Is that all right?
Oh, by all means, please. I'll listen in.
Okay, so if you fire a round, let's say you were firing all the cartridges in a loaded revolver. You cock the hammer back and fire it. If it's a single or double action, it varies. Either way, the hammer goes back and it goes forward, usually through a trigger pull, and it fires. And then you repeat the process, and it rotates and does the same thing, and it rotates through. If you continue doing that, you'll eventually get to the cartridge that's already been spent. And the gun does the same thing. The hammer goes back, the hammer goes forward and fires, but there's no unspent cartridge there, so it'll just click. To empty the gun of the spent cartridges, you have to usually half-cock the hammer a little bit and push a little button, and it releases the cylinders out the side of the gun, or sometimes you have to open a little latch on the side, and then you have to eject each of those casings one at a time from the cylinder, and then you can reload it. So when the gun was fired, there should have been a cylinder in that gun. It should have been the spent cartridge that was the bullet that shot Helena and Joel. But instead, when the police got the gun, it was empty, meaning someone had ejected that, and possibly that casing might have been the one we saw on top of the cart that had a shell casing. There's no reason for a spent shell casing to be on set, because there should never be one. But okay, Mr. Upper Torso, what's in your mind? Good morning.
Oh, well, I was going to say, it's interesting to watch this case right after the Jen Crumbly case, because we already know how Hannah can be charged with manslaughter without being the one to shoot the gun. I go back and forth on this case. I have sympathy for Hannah, while at the same time realizing she needed to do more. And I'm sorry she's young, but I wouldn't have sympathy for a young pilot who crashed a plane. You know what I mean? The FAA would not let that happen, but there's only so far that excuse can go. But at the same time, because I'm a bit of a crime Rolodex, I've seen cases not at the hands of, sadistic or malicious people, but tragic deaths just because of corporate negligence. Either, safety was thrown to the wall, budgets were cut. People may have made mistakes, but it's because the guidelines to prevent that from happening weren't there. The most tragic, horrific cases I've heard of are because of, a mistake on a workplace. The Byford Dolphin incident is a really good one. It's kind of half half individual, half corporate. But that's what I mean is when we see that. So I'm familiar with, what can happen, the damage that can be done when corporations or, in this case, rush production doesn't do things right. But at the same time, I can't let the individuals off the hook either. So I kind of feel for Hannah. I feel like she tried, wasn't able to, but the one thing she did wrong, and I'm repeating Runkle, is she had to walk. That was a job she had. If it wasn't safe, part of her job as an armorer, take your weapons and you go home. Yeah. And she didn't do, and again, comes with experience. She didn't know yet. Maybe she thought she'd ruin her career. She wouldn't be able to work if she was going to be difficult. But let me tell you, again, quoting Runkle, she definitely is not going to work anymore. So,
well, if she's convicted of a felony, she can't have a firearm. The armor profession's out.
In that case, maybe the jury finds her not guilty. Maybe they don't see this from the way an armorer would or someone who understands guns would. Maybe they have more sympathy for the position she was put in, but she's never going to work again in that industry. Her father's career is now tarnished. He had a huge, a major career. He's talked up.
He was the big name. He was the go-to armorer.
Yeah, and now he didn't do anything, but his daughter that he, taught, now that's a part of his story. So it goes so far. So many people are affected by this.
Yeah, I agree. She was young. 24 is very young to be, in the reading that I've done, sort of like the articles that are sort of written within the movie scene and the communication that goes on there. 24 is very young to be the lead, on the set, to be the person in charge of any area.
Yeah,
that's not common.
Sorry, not I would say all professional armorers that I've heard of are either ex-law enforcement or ex-military. They have something very serious with that gun that makes them not mess around with it. They do not mess around. They're very, very serious people on set. Don't joke around. So it is. I can't believe she got hired to begin with, but I would reckon, I almost feel that this is proof, she was not Rust's first choice. They were denied. They were refused by other armorers who would not put up with that, and she took the job, or they accepted her too. It was kind of a compromise on both ends, I think. I don't know. It's so sad, but
I do want to hear those facts, because I think if there were conditions where literally the production crew or the production team was putting pressure to take shortcuts on a shoot. I mean, a movie set. I shouldn't say shoot, but
well, geez. You give an armorer 8 days and then say, "Oh, also you're a prop master." I'm like, no. No. They have one job, and it's the guns. That's it, one job.
Yeah,
and they need as many days as it takes.
I agree, and I agree with you also that she should have walked. As soon as she knew, and we know she knew because there's an email that we're going to hear about that she said, "Hey, I need more time. I can't do this. I can't do what you're asking me to do in the time frame you're giving me." That was the point where she would have to say, "I'm out." Mistakes can be made, and realize that if the rules have been followed properly, it should have been on the set. The reason she's there is so in case somebody slips a bullet in case somebody's able to hide. She's the person that catches it. That's her role, because every movie set, across the country should have absolutely zero live rounds on it.
Exactly. Unless you're something like a Mythbusters, where you're actually doing some kind of experiment that requires live rounds, and then the safety protocols are even higher. That's the only
permits
time.
And the monitors, the government minders that will be there to supervise, and the licenses.
And again, I don't know about Adam, but I'm talking about Mythbusters now. I love that show, but Jamie strikes me as the kind of person that would have had ex-military training. Like, that kind of personality will work with having live rounds on set, because they're not going to mess around. But that's what it comes down to. Is even if Hannah's, because I remember some civil suits where Hannah was alleging that Sarah Zachary and Seth McKinney had some conspiracy to get live rounds on the set so someone would find it and then they'd fire her and it'd be a whole thing. Even if that's true, her job was to find the rounds. If she was doing her job right, if she was shaking every single round that went in that gun, and if she didn't hear that rattle that didn't go in the gun, then the conspiracy would have failed. She would anyway. So even if it comes down to, I'm like, you should have caught the rounds, Hannah. That was your job. And if you couldn't, you took the guns and went home.
If we see a conviction in this case, and I think it's fairly likely, in this case.
Yeah.
If we see conviction in this case, what are your predictions for the Alex Baldwin case in June or July?
I'm frustrated with that because I feel the DA has a cut and dry case that they can prove with stipulations, and I think they're going to muddle it. If they got David Hall to plead, and David Hall was the assistant director who handed the gun to Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, under no circumstances, as a working actor, should have ever accepted a gun from anyone except the armorer. I think if the DA could focus their case on, Alec could have shut this down if he had said, what is this? Shut it down. Where's my armorer? If he went full diva, he could have prevented that from happening. But he took the gun from David Hall. I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be all, was his finger on the trigger? Did he pull the hammer? Like, that's just getting so complicated. So I'm frustrated. I feel Baldwin's lawyers are going to be very good, too. So they got the original charges out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. The DA charged him retroactively. The first charge had to be dropped because they charged him with a crime they created after the shooting. You can't do that. You can't have somebody commit
they
a crime
charged
and
him,
then
then
say that's
they
illegal.
lessened the charges, they whittled them down, then they dropped them in April, then they refiled back in January on the 19th. And so it's...
Yeah. And they were dismissed without prejudice. So, I mean, they were allowed to refile. I figured that was going to be the case, but I'm like, they're muddling it, in my opinion. They're making it about way too much when it seems simple. I think he did something wrong. I think he's guilty for taking the gun. I don't care about the trigger or the hammer. None of that matters to me because he took the gun from the assistant director.
And in his hands, it was pointed at a person.
Yep.
That's going to be a tough one to get around.
It is. And I mean, the defense kind of, you never point a gun at somebody you don't want to shoot. Well, in filming, sometimes you do need the shot like that. But again, you take the precautions to get the plexiglass up or do the camera tricks. But either way, it's you don't. Only armorers and actors using the gun in the scene should ever touch the weapons and ammo. Again, Hannah should have known that and should have said, if that's not the way it works, then I'm not working here. So, but young, I know she's young, but if you're going to be an armorer, you better be an armorer.
Yeah.
Especially, she worked with her dad. Who's going to know how to do it if not her?
I agree. Mr. Ropertorso,
anyway,
always
sorry.
great to hear from you.
Thank
you very much. We're about 30 minutes from court opening up, so hopefully we'll get some video here soon.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this. We'll see you.
Welcome. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Mattis is saying they charged with a firearm as an aggravating factor, which is not lawful. Are you talking about with Alec Baldwin or with? Let's see. Mattis asking you should receive. Guess who's on the phone?
Call from.
Clever username.
Clever username. Mattis, my friend. How are you doing? We have to get a free way for you to call. I know you're paying through the nose for these phone calls from Germany. What's on your mind?
Yeah, but it's worth it so far. My last phone bill was actually not that horrible for January, but we'll see what it looks like.
Wonderful.
Wait a second. I need to turn you down. It's too loud. Okay, so couple of things that I wanted to say. So one is, I think sentencing in this case is really interesting when you look at in perspective when you in comparison with other states. So, for example, we had the Crumley trial, and it was also involuntary manslaughter, and somehow the maximum sentence there is 15 years. And here it's 18 months, which is very interesting if we consider that it's effectively the same crime. And we talked in Michigan a lot about why did the prosecution not charge something lesser? And the answer is because Michigan requires explicit statutory authorization for consecutive sentences. So if they had charged 4 counts of negligent homicide, you would have 4 charges with 2 years maximum, but the maximum would have been 2 years because they would have to run concurrently if it's negligent homicide. And then she would get out with time served because she was in jail for over 2 years. So that's the Michigan case. And that explains the prosecution strategy. Yeah. And now Ms. Crumley can only get maximum of 15 years because they have to run concurrently. There's no explicit law that the legislature has passed that says it can be consecutively. In Mexico, it seems to be different. So now, because they have this evidence tampering charge, if she gets convicted of that, because the other charge is a 4th-degree felony, that would also be a 4th-degree felony. So it seems like you could get consecutive sentences. So you could get to 3 years sentencing. But
Yeah.
and
that's-
everything
that's-
I read
that's like
indicates
throwing the
that, but
book
I'm
at
not
her.
super sure.
3 years. Yeah. They're both class 4 felonies in New Mexico, and that they each can have up to 18 months in prison and a $5,000 fine. So 3 years in prison, if consecutive, and a $10,000 fine is the worst that can happen to Hannah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something then I have, if I may, I want to say something about like the way we look at, say the opening statements and like the legal strategies of the defense lawyers.
Yeah.
So I think it's entirely fair to look at this and say, well, if she was negligent, we should throw the book at her because someone died. But that's something that I think this consideration is something that we need to entertain at the very end of the case, after the verdict has been brought in.
Yeah.
And so far, I think there's a lot of questions we need to ask, because the legal system is explicitly set up in such a way that there is not only a presumption of innocence, but a burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the state. So what I want people to consider is, for example, when the defense says, what happens when we try to point the finger at everyone else? Like, hey, couldn't you have done a better job here, and then we would have better evidence? Yeah. All of that is entirely fine. When people say, oh, the defense seems to point the finger at and blame responsibility on everyone except the client, as their advocate, it's not like they can admit fault for the client, because that would just get her convicted.
Yeah.
And I think when we talk about this, what is her job and what was the responsibility of Rust production, there's one point that I think a lot of people haven't fully grasped yet. Because she's only 24, it's fair to say that when she brings up concerns, what do we think would happen if she says, okay, I'm walking? Will she just be laughed off? Will they continue with their movie? Will the production just say, okay, we're goodbye, don't try working in this industry again?
She could have been blacklisted, definitely. But the guns
they
were
could have
hers.
continued with the movie.
Not with her guns.
They could have.
It's her ball. She can take the ball and go home. And those were her guns.
Well, could she? I think that's a legitimate question. Could she have actually just
meaning
packed
like
up
in
all
her
the guns
contract
and
is
said,
she
I'm
legally
leaving?
allowed to?
Well, that's going to be something we have to pay attention. Is there going to be a witness that actually says that? She could have said, I'm shutting it down. I have veto power. I'm the armorer. Nobody, not even production, can stop me if I say this is unsafe. It doesn't go anymore. There has to be a witness that says that she could have made everyone stop.
I would question.
The state didn't say that a witness will say that in opening, but a witness like that could come up. But if no witness says that, I think we should consider maybe production would have just vetoed her and it would have happened anyway.
Interesting thought. I have to look at this and say that she was the armor is a safety gap position. That is a link where you can pull the plug and say, nope, at this point, it doesn't proceed without this stamp from this individual, and they should operate autonomously, not under the forced direction of anyone else. She should be able to say, I'm okay with this proceeding. I'm signing my name, my reputation, and your lives on the line by saying we're set. Everything's safe on this scene. We can proceed with the filming. That you think that's how the system is set up. Otherwise, why have an armor if they're not why not just have anybody do it and then just the production team decide if it's good to go or not?
Yeah, but the question is, when we give someone the job and we make someone do work, do we give them responsibilities, but do we also give them the power to do it in an adequate, non-negligent way? And there is a very legitimate evidential question whether she was actually empowered by Rust Production to carry out these burdens with the appropriate power to step in when things were going wrong. And we heard apparently this is not that great a well-run production.
Maybe
they made her do too much other stuff and didn't give her enough power. I mean, when she
so
spoke
you're
up
saying
before,
that this, if it is revealed that it was run poorly, that this should be brought up during the sentencing phase, that it should limit, maybe consider how much of accountability is really on her shoulders, or would this be in the guilt phase that you think
it would be both. It would be in sentencing. She spoke up and tried to get things to change. But in terms of guilt, it's the burden of the state has the burden of proof to establish with testimony or let's say the wording of the contract that she could have actually made a difference, and how. And if the contract says Hannah Gutierrez has the power to shut down production if she thinks it's unsafe, or take all the guns away, and she can veto Alec Baldwin and whatever, and she has to be there every time Alec Baldwin wants to rehearse a shot, something like that. If you can actually establish that she not only has the power and the obligation with actual evidence, and we really have to go beyond what we think an armorer should do, but what was the actual established working relationship between her and the production.
Yeah. And
that's
I'm not sure
the state has to prove.
I'm not sure how deep we're going to get into that. That might go into everything from union requirements for what safe set requirements to some legal requirements, licensing provisions. I don't know how far we're going to go into that in this trial, but that's an interesting thing. Mathis, I've got to let you go. I know Kurt's going to try to call in and wants to talk a little bit about this as well. Always great to talk to you, Mathis. Appreciate that. And apparently you need to get a YouTube channel, says Zimmy from the bus stop. Do it. Everybody's doing it.
All right. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Mathis is a great legal mind. We'll leave the door open here for Kurt so we can call here if he's got a moment. He wanted to speak on something on this matter. The people are calling for Kurt, or maybe Kurt is calling. Let's see who this is.
Call from Witchy Mama. To accept, press 1.
Witchy Mama, I've got to put yours on hold. Hang on just 1 second.
Call from
Uncivil Law.
Hey, Kurt. Sorry, I hung up on Witchy Mama just a little bit so I could take your call. I saw it come in right as hers came in. What are you thinking on this case? Specifically, were you talking about the openings, or you want to talk about Alec Baldwin and his defenses?
Well, we can talk about it all. As to the openings, I think that the state kind of laid out exactly the case I would have expected them to lay out. That, here's the gun that was used, and here's the ammo that was used, and here's the boxes, and here's how they're marked, and here's how you identify a dummy round, and here's how you identify a live round. Yeah. Here are the mechanisms you go about doing that, and all those things. Now, I think on a technical level, the prosecution's opening was 5 out of 10 out of best, because it was just a long factual recitation.
Delivery was
without any sort of, there was no connecting story. Mm-hmm. It was just a bunch of facts without any sort of framework to put together. So, but on the plus side, it didn't go too long. It was only like 45 minutes or 50 minutes. So it didn't run to the problem of drowning so long that it just made everything go out of your mind. The defense was a little bit better on opening, but not by much. But their theory of the case basically boils down to everyone is guilty, so no one's to blame. Their theory of the case basically boils down to look at all the other things that were wrong on set. Look at all the other problems that were on set. And I'm like, none of this matters to my legal mind about these things. I think Hannah Gutierrez Reed is basically all but doomed based on the relevant arguments, because their defense's strategy is just trying to throw enough stuff at the wall that we stop caring. But I think the state's going to be able to make it, and I think she's doomed. Because the issue, any issues on set, any issues with production, any of those issues are kind of irrelevant, because the ultimate issue that's boiling this down is, how did the gun get with a live round into Alex Baldwin's hand? How did that particular thing occur? Yeah. And, they talked about the gun, they talked about it being in the safe, they talked about the bullets and how they're loaded, and she's the one doing it, and loaded 5, and then she couldn't get a 6 in, and she forced a 6 in, and she's the one that loaded the gun. So that's kind of like, the gun is now loaded, and so you're responsible for that. And it doesn't sort of matter after that what happens to it. That she handed it to the AD that handed it to Baldwin doesn't really matter, because unless you can show that either of them tampered with the gun in some way by changing the ammo or something, she's the one that gave the live gun. So it doesn't really matter because she's the one that's in charge of the firearms by virtue of her station and her position. So she's the one who made the mistake.
I think,
go ahead.
Ian Runkle yesterday, when he was talking about this, there was a brief part during the opening that he really hammered on, where he was saying this when they talked about the picture and the where the ammo box came from. I think he's saying that I missed it, that the state just glossed over the fact that they think they can prove that she brought the live ammo into the set. I think that's the evidence that we expect to hear, and if that's the case, I can't see. No matter what, you can point the finger at everybody. Everyone else could have been to blame and had a part of this and passed the gun between all 200 people on set, and then it got to Alec, and I think the armor would still be responsible if she brought that live ammo.
If she's the one who actually bought live ammo on the set, if she's the one who did it personally, then she's even more doomed. I mean, because you could make the argument, even if she didn't, that she had the duty to inspect ammo that was provided to her. But if she's actually the one who brought live rounds on set, I mean, come on, that's sort of the end of any ball game you want. So I expect her to be convicted. Alec Baldwin actually has much more interesting defenses, because when we talk about involuntary manslaughter, we're talking about recklessness. Recklessness is conscious disregard of a known or foreseeable risk. You're actively ignoring the risk.
Right.
Now, it's true that a firearm is inherently dangerous, so there's that factor on the one end. But on the other end, I imagine Alex Baldwin's defense is going to look something like, look, guys, I've been on movie sets for, 40 years, and I'm handed all kinds of equipment. I'm handed safety harnesses. I'm handed ropes. I'm handed, things that are going to prevent me from falling. I'm handed, mats that are going to cushion my fall. I'm handed prop knives, prop guns, prop whatever, I'm handed all these things, and I trust in the professionals, as I have for 40 years, to do their job, because I'm an actor. That's what I do. I'm an actor who does a performance. I'm not the gun guy. I'm not the prop guy. I'm not the safety guy. I'm not the risk assessment guy. I'm an actor, and that's what I do. And so he has a really interesting and I think credible argument that he's not reckless because he reasonably relied on the professional whose job it is to make sure his condition, as he had for years, and so that he operated on that reasonable belief. And so his defenses are a lot more interesting than Hannah's.
Yeah, I think he does. I think you're spot on. There was nothing he disregarded. The risk that was present, he didn't disregard. I think to the same degree that Hannah did. So the prosecution, presumably in Alec Baldwin's case, is going to attempt to counter with, well, a gun is just an inherently dangerous object, and here's the rules of gun safety, and try to point to various things in union contracts that Alec Baldwin might be familiar with, maybe talk about the Crow, talk about other situations where people have been shot, try to talk about the awareness from that standpoint, and other things that are done on other stats, maybe talk. If I were the government against Alec Baldwin, I'd try to bring on safety people from other movies he's done to show how he's been informed in the past about how gun safety is important, so that we can put that knowledge in his head. And that would be my argument as the state. But it's a lot more interesting of a confrontation between these two sides about, is it recklessness or is it not? Yeah. But we've also got the issue where he was sort of in management on the scene as well. He was an authority figure, executive producer. I realize that's sort of like a name that you get from paying the money to support your film, right? So it's not like he's making all the decisions necessarily. Usually you do pull some weight on the set, but if the pressure was coming from him, hey, let's get this done, we need to shoot this now, we've got this scene, we've got time, get this, where are the props, get me the gun type thing. If that sort of testimony can be brought out, will that maybe doom him?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you can really show, I mean, the idea that she wasn't equipped to do the job in the underlying hiring, so some sort of negligent hiring theory, that doesn't really get you anywhere. Yeah. You'd have to prove in the hiring of her that itself was reckless, that it was completely obvious that this person was ill-equipped. And I don't think you can prove that from the mere hiring of her. So that doesn't work. It works in a civil context. If you're trying to go for a civil lawsuit, it works, but in a criminal context, it doesn't. And then if you're trying to show what happened on set, if you can prove that somehow that pressure was being put on her to do things that would cause her unsafe, maybe. But I think that's a really tough road to sell. So, and they didn't really, I don't really think they have that kind of evidence available because they didn't really allude to it in their opening.
Yeah,
right? They didn't really
they'd tell us.
say any of that. So. Right? The defense's entire opening was, this is just a chaotic S show. You know, things are chaotic and in disorder all the time, and people are just acting in a
we've all worked on a set like that.
Frivolous way.
It happens all the time.
Right? But they didn't really make that Hannah was being pressured into this or in some sense compelled. So I don't think they have that either, because they didn't allude to it. So I think that Hannah's basically done. If this case pans out based on the way the opening arguments, manifested, and sort of what their theories of the case are. I mean, they laid out their theories of the case. I'm like, I don't think Hannah has a workable theory.
Yeah, it all comes down to those live rounds on the set. For me, I look at, I do some jobs. I do some gigs where I'm providing audio, visual, camera work, audio, live streaming for other corporations or entities, and I'm paid for my time there on the scene and getting things right, and I try to get it right all the time. But a lot of what I do is preparation, is downtime. And there are nights before, and I realize you as a lawyer, there's just time you spend at night, up late, getting things ready, getting your filing ready, there's work. The checking the ammo is one of those things, if I were the armorer, that I'd be doing the night before. Let me just make sure, let me double check the ammo, make sure everything's in the right box and that we've got the right calibers right, make sure everything's a dummy load. That just seems like something that even if it was a busy day, that work should have been done. I have a hard time.
Well, I mean, it's the basic rules of firearm safety, right? The basic rules of firearm safety is like rule number one, at least to me, the way I always quote it, is the gun is always loaded. That's rule number one. So if you are the armorer, if you're the person in charge of the guns, it's like, better check, double check, better triple check. It's like, it almost has this almost repetitive syndrome kind of thing, where it's like you have this compelled thing. Like if you and me were in a room together and I were going to hand you a firearm, I would check it to verify that it was unloaded, and then I'd hand it to you, and I expect you to then check it to make sure it was unloaded. And then with no ammo in the room, if you handed it back to me, I would then check it again to make sure it's unloaded.
And it's not that I don't trust you that you've unloaded it. It's like that I'm taking responsibility.
You shouldn't trust me. No. You shouldn't trust me. It's rule number one. The gun is always loaded. Yeah. So I have to check it every time. It's not an issue of trust.
Yeah, man, it's I think
it's
you're
almost an obsessive compulsive thing, but that's the way you do safety,
Yep. We're getting just a few minutes away from court beginning. Think about 9 minutes is what we're scheduled to. We've been late openings for the past from breaks and everything, so we might be a few minutes late for the start. It is slated to start at 10:30. Are you going to be able to watch this one today, Kurt?
I will be watching at least some of it. I am moving to Houston this weekend. I'm very excited about my upcoming move, so goodbye, Austin. So I am packing up the studio, and come next week, we will have a new and exciting look. Very exciting for me.
I can't wait. The idea of setting up a legitimate studio is tantalizing to me as I sit here in an old bedroom that is the wrong size and the wrong height and the wrong lighting. I'm jealous. I can't wait to see the new look. Don't hurt yourself lifting boxes. My friend. Thanks a lot, Kurt. Appreciate the call. Bye. We'll see you. Bye. We'll leave just a minute here for for Witchy Mama. She was calling in just a second ago, and we put her on hold for Kurt's call. Witchy Mama, if you want to give me a quick call back, that would be great. We'll see if we can take that. I do apologize. Let's see. In Mexico, we're always starting late, says Breezy. Breezy is in court, so we'll know from her as things happen. I think this is Witchy Mama right here.
Call from Witchy Mama.
Witchy Mama, thanks for your patience. I'm sorry I unceremoniously hung up on you previously. What's on your mind this morning?
No, that's totally fine. So I did some quick searching last night after the beginning of the case, and with let me pull up this screenshot here. According to an estimate by the Associated Press, there have been 43 fatalities on American film sets since 1990, with another 150 actors or crew members left with life-altering injuries.
Are these include falls, drownings, shootings?
That would be the injuries, yeah.
So everything.
There's 43 fatalities. And so why are we even using bullets in these guns? There's green screens, there's special effects. There's so many other ways to do this that there's no reason for a bullet to even be on scene for filming.
As someone who shoots, I can see the difference between a live round being fired and a blank. There's the recoil is different. It is almost impossible to match up your body motions with the right speed and the right accuracy with the blank firing to make it look realistic. And movies are always trying to get it so like hyper realistic, right? So real that you think it's actually happening. I can see why they do it, but blanks, it should always be blanks. It should always be. I would rather see like an actor was like, oh, they're firing off a whole bunch of blanks. So I happen to know that gun holds 6 rounds and he just fired 15 without reloading. You know, those things happen on the movies. But but no, there should not have been a live round there at all. I think if you look at those numbers and break them down, the number of individuals who have died from a firearm-related death is probably going to be one of the smaller percentages. You're going to have falls probably up at the top, and then other explosive type prop or special effects related stuff is probably going to be higher than firearms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember back. What was it in the early '90s? It was Brandon Lee got shot.
Yes, and that
doing one of his films.
That was in The Crow. That was at the very end of The Crow, and I think they kept the scene where he got shot in the movie. It's like the creepiest thing. But in that one, they were using a real firearm that had been used previously to fire real ammunition, and the last round that firearm had fired was what's called a squib load. A squib load is where the bullet fires, but it's not the right amount of gunpowder, or it doesn't the charge doesn't go off correctly, and the bullet dislodges from the casing and gets lodged in the barrel. And so they had a bullet lodged in the barrel, and then they used the proper ammunition, which was a blank. And the blank is a charge behind a bullet, but there's no bullet. In this case, it fired the charge, which was a blank, and it dislodged the bullet and shot Brandon Lee. That's my understanding of that one. So it's super tragic, and the odds of that happening, I mean, this is like lightning striking lightning.
One in a million.
It doesn't happen like that, but it did. And
I mean, for me as a viewer of movies, and we watch a lot of movies, I mean, I'd rather have these actors be safe than to have something like this happen. Yeah. And maybe give up a little bit on the gun side.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I think the actors will push for that. The actors' unions. I think that's something that they strongly do endorse, because actors, they're not just worried about their lives. Obviously, they don't want to die on the set, but their livelihood is if they get a scratch, if they get a cut that might scar, this changes their career path. Okay, it requires makeup and things that they wouldn't have otherwise, and they might lose a position or lose the opportunity in a role because of that. So they're very protective of their image, literally how they look, and the safety is paramount to them. Unless you're Jackie Chan, then you do your own stunts and just don't care. But
it's just one of those crazy things. I mean, I would really rather see have that chance that there's no live rounds by just cutting out the rounds. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The rules are already that way. There are no live rounds on set, period. That's the way they are. There should not have been on this set. There should not be on any set. Anywhere across the nation, if you've got a live movie set with actors interacting, pretending to be shooting each other, there are no live rounds on the set. So that was a big,
but these accidents still happen. So
that's why the armor is supposed
maybe the dummy round shouldn't be there too.
Yeah. I don't know. All right. I hear what you're saying there. With you, Mama. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. Thanks for calling in.
Not a problem. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, we are almost about 2 minutes away from when court should start, so we'll be watching here. Bree is there in court, and she might give us the heads up before we actually see action. Let's see. The Crow is such a great movie. I wore out my VHS copy. Rest in peace, Brandon Lee. Thank you, EJF. Appreciate that. I'm excited for today. I really am. We've gone over the recap of what happened yesterday. If you missed that, you can rewind to this or watch the beginning of today's live stream. Just wait till right after the birthday song and the giving away the internet, which we do every morning, and you can recap on that. And then I'll be taking notes today so we can recap at any point later on about what happens today. Let's see. Did I get your gallery 2-month super chat? Let me just look. It slipped in here. I think I will find it. Oh, got Amber on the phone. One of our great mods. Hang on 1 second. Amber, hello. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm feeling fabulous.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. It's
right.
Friday. It's Friday.
Fabulous Friday.
It's no pants Friday, so I'm carefree, not a care in the world. The breeze feels great. What are you excited about today?
You just made me think about that gift from Mod Chat from
We won't go
there. I was going to ask you if you have your hula hoop, but
no.
Anyhow, my thing is with this whole case, I want to know how those 6 live rounds made it to the set, because somebody had to bring them on set. Nobody has fessed up to this that I'm aware of, and I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong. However, if nobody's fessed up to it, then everybody is responsible. So
do we charge them all?
Charge them all, fine them all, and fire them all.
We line up the 200 people on the set of Rust and charge them all with negligent manslaughter. that would
or charge them fines. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's this culture of I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I don't want to rat somebody out, or I don't want to be the rat. I don't care. I'm telling you all right now, I'm the rat. Don't tell me nothing that you don't want somebody else to know if you're in trouble. Now, don't get me wrong. I can keep a secret.
Thank you.
And
I
can
appreciate
mind my own business. I can mind my own business. But there is a difference between safety issues and multiple people being at risk, and me keeping your deepest, darkest secret of what you did when you were 10. There's so much difference there. So if you're in a position where my behind is on the line, and I could potentially be fined some outrageous amount, I don't care if it's $10, it's still outrageous for something I didn't do. So I'm going to say I didn't do it. And I'm going to tell you everything that I saw and what everybody did to help you narrow down who brought these bullets on set. Because you're not getting my money, and you're not getting my time, and you're dang sure not going to get my livelihood.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you a personal experience story. If we've got a moment here, used to work at a metal shop. Loved the job. Worked with some great people. A couple of the people there who operated some of the machinery that operated around me. This is heavy machinery. Like to use drugs recreationally, and what they do in their own time is up to them. But they used at work, and powdering your nose at work is not acceptable to me, especially when you're operating equipment that can kill me. And I took the information and went to my boss and said, look, I have a problem with this. You got to crack down, no drug use at work. I'm worried about my safety. And I got written up for it because they were all informed of the drug test. There was a very lenient drug test given, one that's very easy to pass. It was very narrow. They got plenty of warning, and I got written up for it. Because I had filed a false report about this. 2 weeks later, we had an OSHA incident where somebody lost a finger. They ordered everyone drug tested, and everyone I had pointed the finger at got fired because they were not clean. And I feel a little bit vindicated. But I'm with you on that one. When it comes to safety, I draw the line, especially my safety.
Right. And that's the thing, though, Scott, is that everybody's afraid of some sort of retaliation. There are laws against retaliation. There are actions that you can take.
Amber, we're live in court now. We've got the judge sitting at the desk. People are walking in as we speak, so I'm going to let you go if that's all right. Appreciate you as always.
Sounds good.
Look forward to talking to you again soon. Thank you.
All right.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, we have audio from court. At least we should here. There it is. Yep, it's coming in. All right. Our court watcher should be 3 rows behind Hannah. There she is. She's wearing the black and white with glasses on. Head down right now. 2nd row forward. That's Bree. Hi, Bree. She won't see it for a little bit, but here we go.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
While we're waiting for court to start, I'll tell you that I have a very visual memory, and we're making a thumbnail for our live stream today is a pictorial reference to things that have happened in court. So we do have this image that we're making that references different things in court, so I can look at this image and know what's happened. This will be updated throughout the trial as we can continue through the trial. So if there are key things that come up, we're not going to put everything on there, but key items that are mentioned in court, whether it's a Red Bull, which has been mentioned twice, or the log that should have been kept. We've got things like that represented on the image, and you'll see that throughout the playlist. You'll see that develop as the story develops. So we're starting with a sidebar. Let's see. Should be a side saloon. We do need a sidebar. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Which side should the bar be at? I'll have to move the cart, but we'll get it figured out. The reference, if you do look at this image, I'll show you one more time briefly while they're doing a sidebar. The reference to the population 200, now 199, that is not referring to the death that occurred on the set. That's referring to the one of the 200 individuals who just left the scene that we heard about yesterday, one of the 200 witnesses or potential witnesses. I know some people say that rubbed them wrong when they saw that, and I just wanted to clarify why that's on there. Is the judge wearing a turtleneck robe? I have not seen that style before. Or maybe it's just a little chilly. We're not hearing the sidebar. Probably first thing that happens this morning is just scheduling and just letting the judge know what's coming up today. There was nothing last night that the attorney said they needed to discuss with her, and the judge told them not to think of anything overnight as well, just so we could get things underway. Not sure if we're behind schedule because of that late start. We had that one juror that was, it sounds like, involved in a traffic accident or stuck behind one that was late to court. Started us a little bit late, but the judge seemed to be anxious to keep things moving along. Maybe it's a tight timeline with the March 8th finishing date as well. Also looks like from what we saw of the benches there, that there are a few more people in court than yesterday. So maybe a little more interest is building locally.
I already put some in. Huh? Should I put some more in?
What's that pan tilt zoom model? Is that a Panasonic?
I'll get you.
On the right? Inquiring minds need to know. There's Hannah. She's got a is that the chopsticks hairstyle? What do you call that with the two picks? She's shown a very little open emotion, even the times when she was like the state's closing, when her own comment was sort of thrown back at her. The expression she showed was very, very brief. She's been, to me, she seems a little stoic. Erica, Hannah is 27. She was 24 at the time, so this was 3 years ago.
I definitely got it on my cheeks.
It's the weapons in court hairstyle. No, Steve. I haven't seen that in quite a while.
All right. Did you have a good evening?
I've never had hair long enough to do that in, and I imagine if I did, it still would not look good on me.
Took the dogs to the dog park because they were cooped up. Well,
The judge is talking about taking the dogs to the dog park. Valkyrie, I've heard allegations of this, and I'm wondering if this will come in as testimony. Clearly, it's something that might be pertinent. If the cast was using the prop equipment to target practice, it's no good, no good. Lindsay, the state has alleged that Hannah was in possession of a little baggie of cocaine that was given to a friend shortly after she spoke with police. And I don't know if we're going to hear anything about drug testing. I don't think she was drug tested, so I don't think they're going to say that she was under the influence at any time or allege that, but it might be implied by what they say. Vicky says, I barely ever cry, and people used to call me Elsa because I didn't get outwardly emotional about things. She might inwardly, she might be terrified. She might be scared to death. Being in court here, she might be scared to death of a possible sentence that may come if she's convicted. If she is, I think she's maintaining her outward composure very well. G4 says, after finishing up yesterday's part 2, they can drill out a 10mm casing inside a 45 long Colt to make it look repaired from reloading experience. I've never seen that before. I've seen the holes drilled out in a dummy round. Let's see. Looks like some of the live tweeting has begun from Alex Capariello. I can't say his name right. From News Nation, though, if you want to follow Alex Capariello on Twitter. Good luck finding his name because I can't spell it or say it. All right, let's see. I think Bree was going to tag me in. Let's see. She's going to tag me in that other reporter's tweet, so I'll watch for that. Wonder if we're still waiting for jurors. It seems that all the lawyers are here now. Not sure where the state went. Did they walk out? Thanks. That's the Alex I'm talking about, who's been live tweeting the trial and doing a great job of it. Very detailed and very accurate accounts that he's putting out. Samantha, thanks for this warning. Just telling chat, we found in basically every case recently that we've had occasions when people very closely related to the trial do end up here for whatever reason. Sometimes they find that the chat here is a little more friendly, is a little more kind. But just be aware that we may have family members of people, of defendants, of victims, of lawyers that are here with us, and just be considerate in your comments about people. We ask that parents and things like that be off the table.
Okay, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yes, George.
And the female lawyer has a black belt. I believe both attorneys on either side of Hannah are black belts in, I believe it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I don't want to share the picture because I'm not sure if it's publicly available, but it was sent to me that they have black belts. So they know how to handle themselves in a fight and in a courtroom setting. I don't know the relation. I don't even know her name. They might be friends. They might be related. They might be husband and wife. I do not know. Yes, Bree has on the white and black overcoat over a black shirt with glasses as well. Bree's actually she's sitting right behind the lady with black hair who has the maroon, sort of the purple shirt. So Bree is effectively concealed, so we cannot see her from this angle. We just see the top of her head and the top of her glasses. Lindsay, the blonde lady's estate, why does she keep wandering everywhere? This court, the well is not the sacred holy ground we've seen it be in other courtrooms. We have, obviously, George, the bailiff, has free reign of the courtroom and is sort of, here, there, and everywhere, making sure everything's working. You'll also see him go down to the Elmo, helping him set up cameras, helping him set up displays and HDMI cables. Looks like the jury's coming in now. But also attorneys and staff tend to walk about more in this courtroom than we've seen before. There's Bree's shoulder. We can see her in the black and white. And she's leaning in. There we go. Hey, Bree.
Where are the headphones? George is getting them? Okay. All right, you may be seated. Let's wait. We need the headphones.
And I just need to get set up.
All right, can you get your witness back on this? There you are.
Sure.
Bree's told us that one of the jurors, who I believe is a female, an elderly female, wears hearing aids in the normal course of life, and also requires the assistance of electronic monitors. So she's wearing a headset that amplifies the court sound system into her hearing aids, and then she's able to follow the proceedings that way. So that's what the judge is talking about needing hearing aids. Jury did the hokey pokey and shuffled seats, apparently. Musical chairs. So different spots, different views.
Yes.
This courtroom also is everyone's on a first name basis. We don't say bailiff, we say George. We're starting the microwave popcorn early. You can hear the beeps. The witness didn't bring the box back because the court is keeping it. She left it yesterday at the end of her day of testimony.
Good morning, Ms. Popple.
Good morning. All right, you're still under oath.
Yes. Yesterday we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located, I think, in the prop truck. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Oh, you speak to the mic.
Sorry. Yesterday we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and continue there. I am showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 44A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What are these over here on the right?
Those are spent blank rounds.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
This.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is the exhibit number of this particular?
This one is 44B.
44B.
I apologize.
Thank you. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is an overall view of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
Okay. And so were there things underneath these boxes?
Yes.
And what was underneath the boxes?
I believe there were additional rounds underneath those boxes.
Okay. And do you know what we're looking at here on the side?
This is the outside pocket of that Mary Kay bag.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 45. Maybe I need another cup of coffee. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what's that?
This is the inside of that bag once those ammunition boxes were removed, where you can see loose rounds.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit, excuse me, 47. What are we looking at here?
This is the middle portion of that bag.
Okay. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 48?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a box of ammunition marked as dummy rounds 45 LC that was removed from that Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 48A, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are these?
This is the foam insert containing dummy rounds that was removed from that box.
And how many rounds altogether, if you recall, were in there?
17.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And what's the round that you have there by itself up at the top?
That round that's moved sideways posted a concern at first because it was not making any noise with ball bearings inside like the rest of the rounds were.
Is this the same Dentix round that we admitted into evidence yesterday?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. This is just a round that was in that box that didn't shake?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything with that round?
We sent that round to the FBI because it was of concern, and their determination was that the ball bearings were stuck inside of it.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was the reason it wouldn't rattle?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 50, what are we looking at here?
This is an ammunition box of marked as 3840 dummies that was removed from the prop truck.
And are all of the rounds in that styrofoam insert 3840 dummies?
No.
What other calibers in there?
Some of them are 4440s.
All right. Any 45 Colt rounds in there?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 51, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
Okay, and we can kind of see the head stamp there. Can you see that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 52, what's this?
These are those same rounds laid out.
And the rounds over on the right-hand side, what are those?
The rounds that are over on that side that are laid sideways, those are the 3840 rounds.
These are the 3840s?
I apologize. Let me refer to my report.
Sure.
I think she got that backwards. Those are the 4440s. Just using my my visual micrometer. Those are the ones that should not have been in
No,
the box.
I'm sorry. Those are the 4440s.
And the chrome and shiny brass that we're looking at here on the left, what caliber are those?
Those are the 3840s.
Okay, great. In terms of the 4440s here on the right, do all of the 4440s that you have, dummy rounds that you have in evidence, do they all have that same projectile that we can see here?
Yes.
And is that projectile dissimilar than the projectile of the live rounds?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 53. What's this?
These are the rounds that were provided to Detective Hancock from Hannah Gutierrez during her interview.
Okay. And were they all dummy rounds?
Yes.
And the 5 on the left, do they shake?
No.
The one on the right, does it rattle?
Yes.
Rattle rather than shake, I apologize. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at here?
This is the close-up of the projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is the only projectile that was that was taken into evidence presumably from the injuries of the victims.
Correct.
Okay.
It's interesting there was no mushrooming on that at all.
What's this?
It seems...
This was a bag of spent casings that was located inside the Mary Kay bag.
Whoa, should not be spent
And
casings.
State's Exhibit 56.
These are those same casings laid out.
These mean they were
And
live.
I see that you have some separated up here on the top left. Do you see those?
Yes.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 57. What's this?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
The casings?
Casings, yes.
All 4 of these spent casings, are they all 45 long Colt or
Yeah.
45 Colt?
Yes.
And are they all Starline brass casings?
Yes.
It would appear that they all have silver primers.
Yes.
Are these casings basically identical to the casing that was taken from the scene and sent to the FBI?
Yeah, and I'm going to object on the leading, and if it can be rephrased so it's not leading.
Sure. Did you find any spent casings on the prop cart?
Yes.
How many?
1.
And can you tell us what that one looks like as compared to what we're looking at here in States 57?
Yes. The casing that was located on the cart is a silver primer and states 45 Colt with the Starline brass logo.
All right, thank you. States Exhibit 58. Do you know what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a shirt collected from the scene that was marked as item 18.
Do you know which of the victims this belonged to?
I believe this was Joel Souza's shirt.
Okay. States Exhibit 59, do you recognize that?
This was that same shirt, just from the opposite of view.
And let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 58, and I'm going to blow it up here. Do you Do you see here where it says marker 18?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What that correlates with is what I marked it with our crime scene evidence markers on scene. So it was marked on scene with a yellow marker that stated as 18.
Okay. State's Exhibit 59. What writing do you have here?
I have it as from Med 60.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. I think you indicated that this was the same shirt that was in 59, is it? Or I'm sorry, 58.
It is not. I apologize.
Okay. So let's move to State's Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the shirt collected from Med 60, which was the ambulance, from a viewpoint of it laid completely out.
And who was wearing this shirt on the day of the incident?
I believe this shirt belonged to Helena Hutchins.
All right, thank you. And these have already been admitted into evidence, but State's Exhibit 61, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell us where you took the photo and why?
This is the inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, where the 2 boxes of ammunition that were handed to him were secured.
State's Exhibit 62, what's that?
This is a close-up on those ammunition boxes.
And in State's Exhibit 62, can you clearly see that label?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the label says?
45 Long Colt Dummies, JS.
And when you say JS, you're referring to those small letters in the center?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 63, what's this?
This is that same box.
Only, where was this photo taken?
This was in my office, in my processing room.
Okay. State's Exhibit 64?
This is the inside of that box.
And this round here, we may have already discussed it. Was this round sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Was it determined to be a live round?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 65, what's this?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And if you know, and if you need me to bounce back to the previous photo, I'm happy to. From looking at this, do you know which of these is that live round?
The live round in this case would be next to all of the rounds that have the hole drilled through the side.
Here?
Yes.
Well, let's talk about that. I want to make sure. Let me ask you this. When you took the rounds out of the styrofoam insert and you lined them up, did you line them up in the same order that they were in the styrofoam insert?
No.
Okay. Why did you put these 5 at the bottom by themselves?
Because they were a different type of round.
Okay, and so how are these 5 over here on the left different than the rest of the rounds from the box?
So they have the hole drilled through the side.
All 5 of them?
Those 4, and then the one on the end would be the live round.
Okay, this one right here?
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you. State's Exhibit 70. Well, let me stop for a second. I think you testified yesterday that you participated in a search warrant at PDQ Props. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you collect any live ammunition from PDQ Props?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to State's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a box of ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props.
A box of ammunition?
Yes.
Was it live or dummy or blank?
Only live ammunition was collected from PDQ props.
Okay. When you were there, were there other types of ammunition there also?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 71, what are we looking at here?
This is the live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props.
And this live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props, is it visibly different than the live rounds that were found on the movie set?
Yes.
And how is it visibly different?
So there were different types of live ammunition collected from PDQ, including different stamps on that ammunition.
And let me ask you this, the projectile shape, is the projectile shape different in these than in the rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 72, what are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up of some of that live ammunition.
And can you tell us what color primers the live ammunition from PDQ props has?
This ammunition that we're looking at now had brass.
Okay. And that's, is that different than the live rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
Did you bring another piece of physical evidence with you at my request?
Yes, I did.
If you can help me.
So sorry, I took a call there. That was those are live rounds from PDQ that had brass primers, right? So it was live ammunition. She said live rounds. Is that what she meant? Just remind everyone to be respectful of the people who appear on screen, how they dress, how they look. That's sort of off limits. Let's focus on the testimony and listen as the jury does. They're not being graded on their looks or their styles or their makeup or anything else or fashion.
I'm going to mark this item as State's Exhibit 91. Ms. Popple, do you recall yesterday when we discussed State's Exhibit 79?
Yes.
And remind us what State's Exhibit 79 is.
This was a live round that was deconstructed by the FBI.
And where did this live round come from?
If I can see the label on it, I apologize. So this live round originated from the box that was handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and that's the box that just has the one live round in it that we looked at the photo of?
Yes, with the silver primer.
Oh, I'm not connected anymore. Okay, and that would have been State's Exhibit 64, for the record, is what we're referring to.
Yes.
And what you brought me today, State's Exhibit 91. Let me try to get it out of the... can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This was...
Let me back it up for just a second so we can see more. Okay.
This was a round collected from PDQ that was then sent to the FBI, and the FBI deconstructed it.
Okay. What was the purpose behind sending the live rounds from the set and the live rounds from PDQ to the FBI?
They did an analysis of the gunpowder components in both rounds.
Okay, great. So what we just saw in State's Exhibit 79, this is similar. Do you agree? It has a casing and a projectile and a container of gunpowder.
Yes.
Can you see the gunpowder that I've zoomed in on there?
Yes.
And does that look to be the same just visibly from just looking at it? Does that...
I'm not object to that.
I'm not quite sure what the way you're she's phrasing it.
Yes, it just, I guess, it's okay. Sometimes it sounds lady to me, but it's okay. We just go for it.
All right, thank
you. Is this different than the other exhibit, the gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay, it looks different, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Give me just one moment to review my notes.
She might be done with this witness if she's already got to the new item that she brought with her. See if we pass.
And just for completeness, do you also have a large amount of blank rounds in evidence?
Yes.
How many blank rounds do you think you have in evidence?
I would say probably close to 1,000.
And approximately how many gun belts do you have in evidence?
I believe 3.
And approximately how many guns do you have in evidence?
Around 15 or 16.
And those are real functioning firearms?
Yes.
Bear with me.
Not sure why they include the testimony about the bullets they got from PDQ, the live rounds from PDQ, and the fact that their primers are brass instead of silver. She does pass the witness, though. On to defense on cross.
Thank you. Cross-exam?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk to you first about your training and your job and what you've been trained on as a crime scene technician. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your training?
Yes, I have my bachelor's degree in forensics. I've had over 1,000 additional hours of in-classroom training over various different forensic areas such as blood pattern analysis, latent print analysis, crime scene reconstruction, those kinds of areas.
Okay, and has that included firearm and ammunition training and determining the difference between types of ammunition?
Not that specific, no.
Okay, so what is the scope of your training you've had on determining different types of ammunition?
I mean, are you specifically referring to
calibers, 4440, 38, .45, you've been trained on recognizing the differences?
That I have, yes.
Okay. And how about recognizing the differences between dummy rounds, blanks, and live rounds?
I have not been to that type of training, no.
Okay. So your testimony earlier when you were talking about the dummy rounds and the various measurements and that, you have not been trained in that area?
No.
Okay. Now, part of your training in terms of verifying that a round is either a dummy or a live round is you need to send that to the FBI lab for confirmation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because some of the dummy rounds appear like live rounds. They look like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the round that came out of the box we saw earlier that did not shake, you sent that off to the FBI lab because you wanted to confirm what that was, correct?
Yes.
And part of the thing the FBI does is they take apart the round and they determine if it has powder in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And when they do that, that tells them basically if it's a live round or a dummy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So would you also agree in your training that you've never been taught that you can eyeball a dummy and determine if it's a dummy or a live, or eyeball a round and determine if it's a dummy or live?
No, I've not been trained in that area.
Okay. And you would also agree with me that you can't look at a picture of a round and determine necessarily if it's a dummy or a live?
I would disagree with that.
And why would you disagree?
The rounds that have holes drilled into the side of them or the primers removed appear to visibly be dummy rounds.
And those do. Now, how about the rounds that don't shake, don't have a hole in them, and you're looking at that? You can't tell just by looking at it that's live or dummy, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you sent that one off to the lab again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as defense I. Now, show counsel. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes.
Apparently it takes two people to carry these papers. This blows me away every time I see it. Prosecution is now going to meet while on the record, and we're going to whisper with the witness. The question began, did he take these photos? And now defense, oh wait, this is more prosecution, right? No, that's defense, right? This is defense. Oh, they are from opposing sides. I'm sorry. You're 100% correct. Yesterday we saw the prosecution by themselves go up to the witness. I was triggered from yesterday. My mistake. So we have both sides represented there. This is appropriate. Yesterday was not, in my estimation.
Okay, ma'am, I am gonna approach and see if you recognize this photo that we've just been talking about. I'm not gonna introduce it, but master machine.
Sure.
And this is defense I. If you could take a look at that. Ma'am, do you recognize that photo?
I do not.
Okay, and so you didn't take that photo?
No.
Okay. What is in that? I know we're not going to move to introduce it, but what is in this picture?
It appeared...
Hang on, I'm going to object. She's never seen the picture before. She didn't take the picture. I don't think she can answer that question without it being completely speculative.
And I'm just asking her to identify it. What is it? Not to go into detail, but what is it? Just for the record. It's a picture.
Right,
I'm just asking her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowles. Since you're cross, can't you just lead her in that question and
I can.
we don't get
sure.
out in
I
the
just
weeds?
wanted her to say it. Yeah, that's fine. This is a picture with rounds in it in a box?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could have that back.
I've never heard that objection. I'm sorry, would the attorney please ask a leading question?
Okay, ma'am. So in terms of recognizing live versus dummy rounds, you would also agree with me that you have not been trained on the shininess of rounds and how that you can't tell a dummy or a live from their shininess, right?
Correct.
Okay. And yesterday there was some talk about patine or a patina on some of the rounds. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And actually what that is just oxidation on the round case, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, when a round sits around for long enough, oxygen interacts with the metal and it's just going to turn a little color, correct?
Yes.
And because oxygen does that to the outside of a round, you don't know whether that it doesn't matter whether there's a patina as to whether it's live or a dummy, correct?
Correct.
Because they have the same cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the FBI, there were several things that were sent to the FBI. You testified yesterday for testing, correct?
Yes.
And there was DNA testing requested on the revolver that was used by Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that that was submitted?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you talked about somebody told you at the FBI that the live rounds could not be tested for DNA. You remember that?
Yes.
Who did you talk to specifically?
I don't recall who I specifically spoke to at the lab.
Okay. Did you make that call?
To not send them?
No, did you make the call to the FBI personally?
Yes, I did, along with their representative for our area, who was Agent Cortez.
Cortez. Okay. Now, were you aware that we had requested those rounds, fingerprints and DNA be taken from them?
That you requested it?
Yes.
No.
Okay, you were never told that?
No.
Okay. And you're also aware that those live rounds were never tested for their fingerprints?
I was not aware of that. It was my understanding that they were tested for fingerprints.
Well, then you're not aware that I asked Detective Hancock to do that and it wasn't done? You're not aware of that?
Objection to the former question. He's asking her to speculate.
Well,
how would she know what he says to Detective Hancock?
He's not asking her to speculate, but she's answering your question about whether you are or where. I don't know if this I think you can follow up about why, what's the purpose of asking this witness about those things.
Yes, and yesterday you testified that these live rounds have been sent for fingerprints.
That was my understanding.
But that you didn't talk to Detective Hancock to see that she didn't do that?
It's my understanding that it got done.
Where's the report on that?
The FBI report on that?
Yes.
I would assume that the FBI would have it.
Okay. And are you familiar with that report in Mr. Ziegler's report?
I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read that recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay. So you don't have first-hand knowledge that those live rounds were tested for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
So you're just going on an assumption. That's what you understood.
The information that I had from the lab.
Okay, no. All right, just wait, all right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I'm sorry to interrupt. He's sending things. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so again, that was just what you thought, but it wasn't. Anyway, we'll get into that with Detective Hancock. Okay. With regard to your role as a crime scene technician, you also took a series of photos of different scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that included the church?
Yes.
And that included the prop truck?
Yes.
And that included Seth Kinney's business PDQ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck, do you recall when that search warrant occurred?
For the prop truck,
Yes.
took place on October 27th.
Okay. And when did the search of Seth Kinney's PDQ business take place?
November 30th.
And then the incident on set, the shooting on set, that occurred October 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So October 21st, the prop truck is searched 6 days later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Seth Kinney's place is not searched for over a month, correct?
Yes.
So during that month period, you have no idea whether Mr. Kinney disposed of rounds or got rid of rounds. You have no idea whether that happened.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Kinney had received rounds from the set of Yellowstone 1883?
Yes.
Because one of those things inside his shop said live 1883, correct?
Yes.
Now, that, as I understand, that was empty at the time of the search warrant, correct?
No.
That canister was not empty?
The box marked live ammo 1883 is the only area we found live rounds.
Okay. Did he not have any other live rounds in that shop?
I don't believe so, no.
Because there were, and we'll show pictures in a little bit, but there were tons of ammunition boxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you search all of those boxes? Did you look into all those boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Every one of them?
I can't be certain.
Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You remember
Yes.
that? Yeah. Did you, in fact, just take Seth Kinney's word on what was live and what was not?
No, I know that boxes were dug through and it was a time-consuming process.
Okay. Now, you didn't seize all of the rounds from that 1883 can, did you?
I collected the live rounds that were in the box marked 1883 that were 45 Colt.
Did you get all the 45 rounds from that canister?
Yes, all of the 45 rounds.
And did you ask him whether he had gotten rid of some of the rounds or used some of the rounds prior to you all getting there for the search?
I did not interview Seth Kinney.
Okay. So you don't know the answer to that?
No.
Okay. Now, earlier, you showed a picture of the Mary Kay bag. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a box inside it with blue writing that we saw. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it said something like dummy rounds 45 LC?
Yes.
And you know that that's Seth Kinney's box, correct?
Yes, I know.
Okay. And that box was found in the prop truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not aware whether Sarah Zachary may have taken anything from the prop cart to the prop truck, or are you?
I do not know.
Okay. So if she had removed anything from the prop cart and taken it to the prop truck, you would not know that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
Correct.
So Seth Kinney's box, you have no idea whether that was on the prop cart, but it was moved to the prop truck, do you?
No.
Now, are you aware that you responded to the scene at the time of the shooting, right? Right after the shooting?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there after?
It took me several minutes. We had a meeting in our criminal investigations division first before we all headed out to the scene.
How long did it take you after those several minutes to get to the scene?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour? How long was the drive?
I would say 30 minutes at most.
Okay. So when you got there, were you aware that other sheriffs had gotten there?
Yes.
At what time, how long after, if you know, did those sheriffs report after the shooting? How long did it take for them to get there?
I do not know.
Okay. At the time you got there, did you see whether Mr. Baldwin was segregated in a vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you see that Miss Gutierrez was, though?
Yes, I recall her being in a vehicle.
Do you recall seeing Alec Baldwin talking on his cell phone and just walking around?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. You haven't seen any pictures like that or video or anything like that?
In the following days in media, yes, I've
Okay.
seen him on the phone in photos.
So you're aware now, you can tell the jury he was not segregated?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, with regard to your work on set that day, you took pictures when you responded to the shooting. Did you do any interviews, anything like that?
No, I do not interview.
Okay. And your job at that time as a crime scene technician is to secure the scene, secure the evidence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Part of your goal in securing the evidence is to make sure that you get it right, you get the chain of custody right, and you make sure that's logged. Is that right?
Yes.
Why is the chain of custody so important?
The chain of custody is essentially the tracking of where the item originated from to who has possession of it now and everything in between.
Okay, and if there is a break in the chain of custody, that's a problem for you in terms of verifying that evidence, correct?
Yes.
Now, if before you got there, Miss Zachary had thrown rounds away and she had taken items from the prop cart to the prop truck, that could cause problems with the chain of custody, correct?
Well, if someone were to remove evidence from a scene, it wouldn't just cause problems for chain of custody, it would cause problems because we no longer have that evidence.
Correct. In fact, if you don't have evidence, it's lost. That's a serious problem in a case like this, correct?
Yes.
And this is a death investigation, so you would ideally want all of the evidence that might be relevant for a jury to see later, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware here that Miss Zachary actually threw those rounds away?
Beyond my scope of knowledge.
Okay. And again, we're talking about those getting thrown away. But now let's talk about if items were taken from that prop cart to the prop truck before you got there, would you agree that breaks the chain of custody? It disturbs the scene. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So in other words, when you get there and you take pictures of the prop cart, you wouldn't know if that's how it looked at the time of the shooting, would you?
No.
And we saw a picture of those boxes that went into Deputy Benavides' truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, later on, I know you put them back in the cart to take pictures, correct?
Yes.
So, and I know you weren't intending to do something, but when you placed them back, you have no idea if that was where they were before.
That was not the reasoning behind placing them into the scene.
I understand, and I'm not trying to say your reasoning a certain way. I'm just saying that you did not know when you placed them back for a picture that that's exactly where they were before.
Correct.
So when the jury looks at a picture of the prop cart now, they don't know if that's where those were at the time of the shooting. And that's not your fault. I'm just saying that that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of evidence, when you're trying to, as a crime scene technician, you don't want people, for example, to reach across the crime scene tape and either grab evidence or put evidence on a cart, correct?
Correct.
Now, similarly, you would not want, as a crime scene technician, for an officer to handle a weapon with his bare hand. That wouldn't be ideal, would it?
No.
And in fact, you're trying to get DNA later and fingerprints, but did you see the camera of the Deputy Benavides that handled that weapon with his bare hand?
Yes.
Okay, and again, that's not ideal, is it?
No.
Okay. In terms of that, those rounds, you talked about the box, and you talked about different boxes that were found in that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea whether Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed used those rounds on a day and then put them back in a different box, do you?
No.
So if you, for example, if these rounds were used the day before and they were changed out into a different box, you would have no way of knowing that, would you?
No.
So in other words, when we just went through a direct examination that these rounds came from this box and these rounds came from that box, you really have no idea where those rounds originated from, which box, do you?
My statements for where they originated at that time.
Yes, so that was just that day. But my question is, you do not know if 3 days before these rounds were in that box and these rounds were in that box. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, and I'm not, well, when you say the boxes were handed to Benavides, isn't it true that actually he just grabbed those boxes?
I do not know.
Okay, so when you said they were handed to him, you really didn't know that?
No, that was the information that I was given.
Okay, but again, the lapel cam, everybody can watch it and see it, but for example, it doesn't look like anybody handed it to him. But you haven't seen it?
I'll just object to the form of question. She's indicated that I don't think she knows.
No, you're right. She's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'll move forward on that. Now, I do want to show you some pictures that we're going to label, and I think by stipulation that we would ask these to be introduced. And if it's possible, if Mr. Bullion could.
J through N.
J through what?
J through N.
M as in Mary?
N as in Nancy, Judge.
All right, so we're moving for the admission. Do you have any objection?
I don't have any objection as long as they are certain that these are photos that Ms. Popple took.
So I'm hearing that the lady to Hannah's right is not the same Brazilian jiu-jitsu person. Might just be a assistant.
That's fine.
Well, usually you would take the photos and see if she recognizes them.
There's quite a few, Judge. It'll be much faster to do it this way.
All right, if the state isn't objecting,
Let's just show her what you have.
5 of them, right?
No, I think
there's 5 sets of photos.
Oh.
5 sets of photos. There's a lot. Lots of pictures about to come in. Click, 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 click. Little Miss, he's very laid back. What I'm saying, the drama that's playing out in this courtroom is muted. You have to listen carefully to the wording of some of the statements and questions, because I think the
right.
gotcha moments will be slightly veiled.
J through N is admitted. Series of photos. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor, and we'll try to move fairly quickly through this.
The jury can stand up from top. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you want to start with?
Okay, if we can start with the photos from the Seth Kinney business, PDQ props.
Mr. Bowles, are you intending to admit every single photo there?
Yes.
Yes, but we don't want to show them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to kind of.
No problem.
Okay. And ma'am, can I first ask you, did you say that you had taken some of these photos or all of these photos?
Yes, all of these photos.
Okay. And again, this is from the search warrant of Seth Kinney's business in November? Okay.
Yes.
Now I want to say, just quickly, what is this shot?
This is the back alley entrance into the building.
Okay, next.
That same alley entrance.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you say on the record which exhibit?
It's J. They're en massing things into J.
All right. Mr. Williams.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yeah.
You can't get those pictures any bigger, just out of curiosity? I mean, it's up to you. But
Yes, can we make those a little bigger, Mr. Williams, if you just zoom in? Okay, and ma'am,
Just
did
fill
you
in
say
the-
what
fill
that
in
one
the screen
was?
from top to bottom? So it's
This is
gonna crop the
another
picture.
angle from that back alley.
Okay, next.
Again, a different angle from the back alley.
Hats do not crush.
The gate leading into the back alley.
Now, is this how this looked? Okay, this one too. This is how this looked when you went in?
Yes.
Does that appear to be disorganized?
Yes.
And again, this one is very disorganized?
Yes.
Okay. Next one.
Oh, that looks like a piling
What is
system.
this
I have
picture?
doors just like that in my house.
This is facing the entrance from where we came in.
Again, there's stuff everywhere. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The next one. Okay, what is that one?
Why are we seeing
I
50
believe this was a
pictures?
look into a closet.
Okay,
Is that
and
pizza?
there pizza boxes there?
Yes.
Did you know if he lived here
Ajax?
too, Seth Kenny?
I do not.
Okay. And go to the next. All right, and is that the one, Mr. Blaine, with the rounds? If you could show that. Okay, what are these we're seeing?
These were boxes and boxes of ammunition.
And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. There was a lot of these, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was other places where these were. Okay, here are these more boxes?
Yes.
And are these all different kinds of ammunition?
I believe so, yes.
And again, I think you said you couldn't recall whether you all went through all those boxes.
No, I could not recall.
Okay. And keep going. Okay, we're flipping kind of quickly, but what is this this machine?
I believe this was a vise that was sitting on a counter.
Okay. Okay. And then more ammo boxes?
Yes.
Now, zoom in on this. Did you see any of them with the JS?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, that's a fairly common box. Have you seen that in Seth Kenny's business as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these ammo boxes in general, you're aware, aren't you, that they can be purchased off the internet for $25 or $10?
I don't know that. So.
Okay. I mean, but these are standard little white boxes. They're all over the place. Are you aware of that?
That they're standard white boxes? Yes.
Okay. And these, I mean, you're familiar with these, aren't you, in your job? You see these type of boxes?
I see ammo boxes, not necessarily all white ones with certain stamps on them.
Okay. Well, how often do you see JS?
Not a lot.
Okay. But you do see them from time to time?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Well, there's a lot there.
Well, yes, in this case, there were a lot of JS boxes, but in my 7 years crime scene tech, I haven't seen a lot of JS boxes.
Do you know what JS is?
No.
Okay. Okay, next one. And again, we got 32 Smith & Wesson, 22. These are more ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay, next.
More
Again, the JS. Is that the JS there?
Yes.
Okay. If you can move forward. Okay, and what are these?
These are spent casings.
Do you see the primer, how it's dented?
Yes.
What is the significance of that?
That means that this round has been fired, so a firing pin has created that indent in this casing.
Are you aware that there's a thing where a primer can be slightly dented, and then if it was struck again, it could go off? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
If a hammer hits a primer and it doesn't strike it hard enough, it can create a small indentation or dent in that,
I'm
correct?
going to object. I think this is pretty far outside her scope of expertise, and we've got plenty of other witnesses who can answer
Sure,
these questions.
we do. Okay, we do. Okay.
He's spitting the
If
truth.
we move to the next
That
picture,
can happen.
Mr. William.
It's rare, but it can happen.
And then again, what are just if you can give the jury just an idea of what these are? Is that more ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's and that one in particular was just in a gray tub.
Yes.
Okay. And the next one. What are some of these pictures?
This was the front room area.
Okay. Again, is that more ammo boxes in this particular picture?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, is that a JS notation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can move forward, please, Mr. Billion. Okay, when you go back one, is that a gun belt?
Yes.
Okay, and go forward. And again, more ammo?
Yes.
Okay, and we've seen enough of those. If unless you have anything in particular, but that's we get the flavor of those. If you can move to the church pictures.
Is that K now?
There's a couple that are different.
Okay, go ahead. Put those up.
We're still in J.
Okay, what is this picture?
This was a box that was located marked live ammo 1883.
And again, that was what we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this one?
This is an overview of where that box was located.
Okay. And finally, what is this one?
This is what was inside of that box.
Okay, and there's several in that live ammo. There's several boxes here, correct?
Yes.
What is that? What were those that said lead?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall what was inside those?
No.
Okay. They're
Those look like
labeled
live ammo.
of various types. Did you go through all those?
Yes.
But you can't tell the jury
grain
today
stamp?
what was in them?
I don't recall what was in them. I only collected 45 live rounds out of this box.
Okay, and here's 45 LC. Is that right?
The
Yes.
number of grains is how much
loose
powder is
rounds
in it.
around it?
Those were, I believe some of them were live 45 rounds.
Okay, were those collected?
Yes.
Okay. And how about these?
This was a close-up of what was in that box marked 45 LC.
Okay. And do you know what is in this picture?
This was a green ammunition box that was located.
Okay. And these appear to be more dummy rounds, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if we can move to K.
Is there going to be some kind of demarcation so that we know which is J, which is K?
Yes, Your Honor. We need to go back and make sure that that's demarcated.
Okay.
We'll do that. Well, while we're finding that, I have a couple more questions. The round you talked about in government or states 49 earlier that had ball bearings in it that didn't shake or apparently were stuck inside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was the one you sent off to the FBI lab?
Yes.
So that would have been a round potentially on set that didn't rattle.
Yes.
And that so that would have been a round potentially on set that did not rattle, correct?
Yes.
But you had to send that off to the FBI lab for confirmation to determine that, correct?
Yes.
And that's not something either Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez-Reed had the luxury of on the set, did they?
No.
Okay. We also heard yesterday Miss Morrissey shook a round into the microphone. You remember that?
Yes.
And asked everybody if they could hear it?
Yes.
Again, that's not something Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez-Reed had the luxury of on set, did they?
Of rattling around?
Of having a microphone so they can rattle it and have everybody hear on a microphone.
No, they didn't have a microphone that I know of.
Okay, do you have the church pictures ready?
Yeah.
Can we put those up? Can you just quickly tell us kind of what we're looking at here? Is this David Halls?
I don't know who the individual in the back is. I was taking a photograph of the back of Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so earlier, did you tell me you didn't see Mr. Baldwin?
This was the only interaction I had with him was photographing what he was wearing and then taking the clothing that he had on.
Okay, well then you knew when you photographed him he wasn't segregated in a car.
Well, when I photographed him, he wasn't. I have no idea what he was doing before or after that.
Well, right then he's standing outside. How long did you see him?
My interaction with him was probably less than 10 minutes.
Your Honor, she's indicated that she has no idea whether he was segregated or not, and we have plenty of other witnesses that can reasonably answer this question.
That's okay. He can ask that question, and I think
And then
he
I'll
got
move
the
forward.
answer.
Yes, and I'll move forward after that. Okay, so ma'am, what is this?
This is the outside of the church.
Okay. And this one?
Another angle of what's outside the church.
Do you know what the cart is that we just saw?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The cart that's in the photo now?
Yeah, just we went by it. If you could go, go the other way. This one.
That was one of multiple equipment carts that was located outside.
And when you say equipment carts, were these, so these were on set, productions carts when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. And what is that? That big structure in the back of that photo?
Are you talking about the small structure or are you talking about the white structure?
The white structure.
I believe that was the prop truck.
Okay. And do you see that that appears to be outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and these are more photos of the church, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next?
The prop truck search warrant.
Oh, the prop truck. Okay, can we put those up? And this prop truck search was October 27th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. William, what is the letter on these?
This one is M.
M as in Mary.
Okay, just a minute. Did we finish K and L, or?
Yes.
Okay, well, all right, so we went into K. You didn't tell us when we went into L.
I apologize, Your Honor. All the church photos were L that we just saw.
All right, let's make sure that when you send them to the jury, they have them properly marked, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, M.
Okay, this is M as in Mary, this series. Now, what is this here?
This is the outside of the prop truck.
Okay. And move, if you can. This is the exterior and side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently we have to not
and
blink.
What is this picture of?
This is the side door entrance into the truck.
Okay. And this is the interior?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and this is a gun belt in the interior of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what are these we're seeing now that we're zooming in?
This in particular is a 45 LC ammo box.
Can you also approach for a moment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge not liking how this presentation is going, I'm thinking. She's a little frustrated because she asked specifically for them to annotate when certain batches of photos were being showed to the jury, because the jury is keeping notes, and they want to say batch K, this picture, this one was of interest. They're not doing that. They're like, oh, we'll get it later. And now she's frustrated. We might also be approaching a good time for a break. If the prop trucks are rocking, don't come a knocking. No. Last poet. No. Allie B., I think the witness is snickering, not because something's funny, only that, and we see this often, defense with a witness who was involved with evidence but not not one that can answer to all the credibility, will often be presented with questions that is outside of their scope. Okay, they're like, I had nothing to do with that, and they'll be asked to. They'll push the line. Can you see that the prop truck was outside the evidence tape? She had nothing to do with that, right? She didn't put up the evidence tape, but she's asked to verify things, and we've seen a couple objections from the prosecution on that front to try to keep the questioning back into the area where she has expertise, but it's a common tactic. So he admits all 5 sets of photos, but isn't going to show every single photo and then shows every single photo. Yes, but rapidly. So Blinken, you missed it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take our morning break.
Yay!
Please don't talk
It's break
among
time.
yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
Jury's leaving.
All right, you may be seated. As a reminder, you all need to have your badges.
I've got a prank call coming
Gary
in.
Massey and Beth Wojan went to a lot of trouble to prepare them to get you in, and you need them when you come in here, okay? All right, very good. Thank you.
I didn't answer that
You
one.
don't need me. I'm going to go.
She's like, I'm out of here. See, I got a break too, says the judge. Badges? We don't need those stinking badges. This is Red Pen. Yes, they do need badges. Okay, so a quick catch up as we enter our first break of the morning. This is our mid-morning break. We expect our next break will be lunch. But here's what we've got. We've begun day 2. We've got more testimony. Same witness on the stand as we had yesterday. This is the witness who can testify to all the different rounds of ammunition, the calibers, which were blanks, which were dummies, which were live rounds. For the most part, although she's not an expert in this field, and some rounds that she was not able to discern which one it was, she had to send on to the FBI for them to do further analysis. That point has been brought out. It was brought out under direct and been accented and highlighted under cross. That she was not able to tell just by looking at and holding and handling a bullet whether it was a live or a dummy round. I thought that was great questioning by defense there. All right. So we've had her on the stand all day. She brought one more round with her this morning. Let's see. We had pictures of the scene. But basically, the takeaway we got this morning was that basically in almost every sense, in almost every box, there was a round that shouldn't have been there. And most of them were dummy rounds. So it was a dummy round, meaning they're bullets that look real, but they will not fire. There's no gunpowder. They might have a little rattle inside or be drilled. And they were mixed in caliber. So bullets that were designed for a certain caliber or of firearm were mixed in with others that were a different caliber. So that's sloppy. It's messy. It means things were not put away properly, and that was pervasive throughout all the boxes. Additionally, there were a few rounds of live ammunition that was mixed in, sometimes in the wrong caliber of box. We need a photo reel for the thumbnail. I was thinking a projector, one of those old-fashioned, the slide projector. Let's see. Have we seen our chat compared in the courtroom, compadre? I've been walking the dog. Yes, we have. Bree is there. She's probably listening right now. What is Hannah seeing on the screen in front of her? I believe she has the same view the jury has, which should be the same view that we get when we get the same picture. We have a camera that's looking at a television screen. They have their own television screens. Each juror member, just like the first class in the airplanes, they have their own nice screen that they can view the evidence on. So no obstructed seats. Okay. Why would there be any live rounds on a movie set? Doing my best, boss. We were told that there shouldn't be any live rounds on the movie set, but now we're seeing, at least through PDQ, who was a prop company, a company designed, that specifically handled getting ammunition and fake ammunition, dummy loads and blanks to different movie sets, that in their storage they had live rounds, and that they have live rounds that were sent to some sets like the Yellowstone 1883 set. So there was some live ammunition there, so it would indicate that, at least in some cases, live rounds are used on movie sets. Also, PDQ, who has the same packaged boxes, which we tend to believe that that's maybe the source of where her ammunition came from, seemed to be a little disorganized themselves. That we saw a lot of pictures of just everything messed up. Going back to the witness on the stand, the final evidence we got from the state before they went to cross-examination today was that they had gathered roughly about 1,000 dummy rounds or dummy rounds or blanks or live rounds total from this set from various locations, and that they also had collected 15 firearms. These are functioning firearms that were on the scene. All right, that alone should get a not guilty, says Detect Vids. Pretty dismal quality, says Greeners. I was thinking it was a rapid type response, pretty dang quick. Current witness is great for napping, can confirm. Sarah, it's a little bit monotonous, especially when all the evidence looks identical. All these rounds, for the most part, the 38, the 40, or the 44 40s, the 45s, to the untrained eye, it looks just like another bullet. And we're seeing just bullet after bullet after bullet. G4 Outdoors says, JS says jacketed soft point. Jacketed? I just don't see. I don't see that. I mean, I know that's a thing. That's a description of the bullet, but there was no jacket. It was just a solid lead tip. Will Rust ever be released? I'm curious. Meanie Banana, the last I heard was that it was going to be released, that they were going to complete it. Yeah, I hear you. I did not see any jacketed rounds. A jacketed round would be something that had maybe like a brass type appearance on the bullet, the projectile portion. Let me get in the safe and see if I can show you one. Hang on one second. We need to play some music while I access the safe, so you can't hear the numbers beeping. Here we go. Okay, the safe has been accessed. A jacketed soft point. Let's turn the music down here. Now we're dealing with a 40 here instead of a 4440, but camera one, focus. There we go. See this? See how you've got like a brass or a copper color on this, and then on the inside, this happens to be a hollow point. So this is a jacketed hollow point, and the inside is lead. So the jacket would be the metal part on the outside. None of the bullets that were showing on the set was like that. They had the entire tip of those rounds were lead, just like the tip in here. So I don't think in this case that JS stood for that. Can you tell if this is a dummy, a blank, or a live? Yeah, can you tell? What do you think? You can't tell because I'm not shaking it for you. Okay, let's see if I can get the focus to work right. There we go. All right. That's it. Okay, that's the end of the lesson there. Nails nicely groomed. That's what we were going for, the nail shot. All right, we'll be back in court here in just moments. We just have a few minutes break for the jury and everyone else to stretch their legs and visit the appropriate facilities. Let's see, on our counter, we're up to 47 times that Alec Baldwin's name has been mentioned in the trial. Blackbird Squeaks calling in. Just 1 second.
Call from Blackbird Squeaks.
Hey, this is Scott. How are you doing, Blackbird Squeaks?
Hey, I thought it was the answering machine. I thought I got your answering machine.
You lucked out. It's actually me.
Yeah. Okay. I know this will be brought out, but the JS is, I don't know his last name, but Joe is the first name of the guy who packed the rounds for PDQ. So
he was the loader.
Yeah.
The guy who creates them.
Yeah, I keep saying loaded, but I don't want to imply that that's like loaded them in the gun. So yeah.
Right. The blanks are created in the same tool that creates the live rounds.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy, but there's one tool that will load that.
I know what it is.
Yes, go ahead.
It looks like a little drill press because my grandpa used to load, or I say pack, but load his own shells and rounds when we were little, and he taught us how to hunt, but I was not good at it. So
yep,
anyway,
it's the same device. It's the only difference between a dummy round and a live round has to be whether the primer is real or not, because you can't get fake primers for dummy rounds, and whether there's any powder charge inside or maybe some BBs in there to rattle. But other than that, the tip is the same. The projectile is actually the same as a projectile from a live round.
Yeah, and I don't want people to go there now, but there is an interview with Seth Kenny that is very informative. So, just putting that out there. I won't, if you want to know the channel that it's on, I'll tell you, but I'm just saying, during our downtime, maybe tonight or something, there's a real good interview with Seth Kenny.
There's a lot out there. I know a lot. Even the defendant has made some comments. I'm not sure what's going to come into trial, so we're going to try to watch this just as the jury sees it, and just stick with the evidence that's submitted in trial. But there's a ton out there.
JS?
Yeah.
What's all this JS? Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Can a dummy round pierce the skin? Jay Thomas, a dummy round cannot. The projectile doesn't move because when the hammer goes forward and hits the primer. First of all, the primer is not real. It's fake. There's no gunpowder. It basically just dents the back of the bullet. It dents it and nothing happens. There's no pop. There's no smoke. There's no fire. There's no explosion. It's literally just there to look like you put something in the gun. It's a dummy round. It doesn't do anything. So a dummy round can't hurt anyone. All right. Could be the guy who did the prepping, his initials. That makes sense if the PDQ buys all their ammunition from one source. It depends how hard you throw it. Yes, you would have to throw it. It would be much like a rock piercing the skin if you threw it. Because of itself, it cannot fire a projectile. Blanks have a force and explosion. There is a release of pressure and gas for sure, but no projectile. Yes, then the blanks are different. We haven't spent a lot of time on those. A blank, instead of having that lead tip, that soft lead tip that's sort of rounded at the front or flat on the front, the bullet, the casing itself, the metal part, the brass part of the bullet, extends up and then is crimped together to hold the gunpowder in place. And when the gunpowder and when the primer is struck and the gunpowder fires, the explosion causes that crimped area to the flange to spread back out, and it releases the gas and the smoke out the end of the barrel. Still dangerous. Blanks are dangerous. They're dangerous to your hearing because they're just as loud, sometimes louder than normal firearms, normal bullets. And they're sometimes that crimped piece of metal can fracture or break and split, and a piece of that crimp can exit the barrel like shrapnel, usually with less accuracy than a lead bullet because it's not spun. It doesn't have the rifling to guide it, but it still can fly. Blanks burn the skin as well. All right. Slingshot action. Blank still has gunpowder in it. There's an explosion for sure. Dummy rounds, no, though. Nothing on a dummy round. All right. You save the firing pin, so not a dry fire. You're right. A dry fire, when it comes to firearms and weapons in general, because this also applies for a bow and arrow, a dry fire is any time that you release the firing mechanism, whether it be the bowstring, if you're you shoot and release without an arrow there, that's called a dry fire. The string just snaps back into place without that resistance of launching an arrow. And that can be bad for the bow, depending on the type of bow. In a firearm, it's bad for the firearm because there's nothing to cushion the landing of the hammer against the firing pin, and the normal resistances are not there, so it wears on the wrong parts of the gun, and it can cause damage to the gun. So dry firing is generally not approved, and that's one of the reasons why you do have blanks. I would defer to Ian's explanation of any firearms. The man is a genius. Thanks for filling in all the blanks. I'm like Mad Libs that way, Adam. Glad I could help you out. Didn't a blank kill another actor on set? Fired himself. Are you talking about The Crow? That wasn't fired himself. Brandon Lee. It was a blank, but there was a squib load in the gun, and there was a stuck bullet in the barrel of the gun, and then a blank that was fired in that same gun dislodged the stuck bullet. So yes, he was killed by a blank, but another bullet was involved. For a layman, what should have been in the gun? Mike, it's my understanding that there should have been just dummy rounds, so that there was no explosion, that there was no smoke, that it was what they were doing. This scene was strictly like showing him draw the gun out of a holster. That's all they were filming. There was no actual firing going on. So the trigger should not have been utilized. The hammer should not have been touched. It was just pulling it out of the holster for a close-up shot is what they were trying to shoot. Okay, here's another. We're getting a little bit into the weeds here, but I'll try to answer this one. Kind of, sort of, in a way, says, Mr. Upper Torso or Recovery Addict, there was an actor years ago that was unalived by the wadding. What is wadding? Is that different from this kind of projectile? Yes, I would say wadding is more common in either a black powder firearm, which is a firearm where you literally pour gunpowder down the barrel and then you tamp it down and you put wadding down there, which is something that keeps the gunpowder tamped into place and packed in the right location. It's usually followed up by a bullet, like a ball, a musket ball or something, and that's lowered into place, and it's all loaded through the barrel, and then you light using either a cap, a lot like a primer, or a tray with a flint and gunpowder. You light the charge through a hole in the barrel, and it lights and then launches that out. The wadding could be from a black powder rifle, like that, something that was loaded down the barrel after the charge, or in some shotgun shells. A shotgun shell is a plastic, usually plastic or paper, cartridge that has a primer on the back, gunpowder, and then it has wadding, which is used as sort of like a barrier to keep the gunpowder separate from all of the projectiles. So you might have a bunch of little BBs, like shot pellets, and those are pushed by the wadding down the barrel. And if you remove the BBs from a shotgun shell, you can still fire it, and the wadding will come out at the gun. And at close range, it's also very deadly. A musket is a fancy spitball. A little bit more deadly than that. Yes, there's a lot, Fair Chair. There's a lot, and it gets confusing, especially when we have multiple firearms, multiple types of firearms. In this particular instance, the firearms that are used on this set were were period pieces, meaning they were designed to look like they belonged in that time frame, in that setting. And that was a period where revolvers were common. So the gun that Alec Baldwin was using in his scene, that was a revolver. Now that's a pistol, it's a revolver, and the revolver refers to the cylinder that spins. It revolves every time you pull the trigger and cock it. It switches to the next cylinder. Also the lever action rifle that they talked about removing from the prop truck. They had a stuck bullet in of the wrong caliber. That's also a period type piece. That's a long rifle. The lever action refers to that little loop that's down by the trigger. And so when you pull the trigger and shoot around to cock the next one, you push that loop forward in a lever motion, and it actuates the action to discharge the previous spent shell and load the next one. That would be the lever action. All right, Adam Musket. We're not ready for Adam Musket yet. Okay. Dummies, they're very safe, but they look like bullets. Blanks are still dangerous, but they do not look like real bullets and not as deadly as live rounds. Live rounds are deadly and rarely on a film set. Like at my briefs, I don't know. We've had some mixed results. I've had some people that have sent a name to me. Some have said it's his wife. Some have said it's not his wife. The pictures I'm seeing are not conclusive, so I don't know who co-counsel is. We could probably pull some paperwork and see whose name's on the bottom on the defense side if we want to do some digging. Trying to simplify it. Mispronounced name says dummy is no gunpowder, but a bullet present. A blank, gunpowder present, and no bullet. Can't get much simpler than that. Karina, thanks for the text about the JS. I've seen a couple people send me stuff about what that could mean, as far as the marking on the box of blanks or live rounds. Only the 2 male lawyers have their names on a paperwork. Could be a paralegal then? I know that this is sort of slow testimony. It's going to pick up a little bit, but what's your takeaway? What's your questions, or what has impacted you from what we've heard today? Anything? What are the charges? Jay Thomas, Hannah is charged with involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. The tampering with evidence charge comes from her allegedly handing off a little baggie of cocaine to a friend to hold for her, so that police wouldn't find it. Not good. No bueno. Just Debbie, welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate the sub. Welcome. You know that once you're here, you can't leave. So hope you like it here. We have a one-way door. That's just how it works. Angelique, this is not going to be like the most interesting testimony for someone who's not very interested in firearms or familiar with firearms, but I think amongst all the testimony we've received are some very key points, and it has to do with where live ammunition was found, how it was packaged, where it came from, how it was stored both in the prop truck and on the set. And we're probably going to get into a little more later on about who did different things on the set. But I think we've got the key components here of the case have already been sort of laid out, and now we're going to just fill in a lot of details, a ton of details. This channel is a little more Life Without Parole than Hotel California. It's, perspective. It's a matter of perspective. Good to have you here, Greeners. I don't even know what this song is. Whether Watchu sings That's Amore. And I'm pretty sure I can't sing it without a copyright strike. Was she the one that made the call to someone and cleaned up spent rounds, or was that someone else? Kim, what was her name? Let's see. Defense has brought up the name of Sarah. What was Sarah's last name? I can't remember her name. I'll have to go back and find that. If you guys have it, let me know. But there was somebody else who threw away some rounds and possibly moved some rounds from the armorer's cart to the prop truck. Sarah Zachary. Sarah Zachary. Okay, I'll put her name in here. They've every time the defense has brought this forward. This Sarah Zachary is the one that transferred some stuff around. Got a call coming in. Hang on.
Call from Bree.
Bree, our favorite court watcher. How are you doing?
Hey, good. I was just thinking out because work call. I have to go take a work phone call here in a little bit. But anyway,
What's up?
I know, right? So I don't know if I'm back for this afternoon. So they are in a little bit of a delay. They're trying to get all of the exhibits together for the pictures. The state attorney, I was talking to the defense attorney, said, can we just stay adjourned until we can get this figured out? Because I don't want to keep doing this, like delays and trying to figure out pictures and stuff. So they're trying to go through and figure that all out. I did get a little insight on a couple. I know somebody put in chat, when the defense was crossing, somebody said, isn't this out of scope? Can't they only ask questions that the prosecutor, asked on to begin with? The reason why they're doing that is some of these witnesses have to come in from out of state. And so instead of just, objecting me outside of scope, blah, 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 and then they have to call them back and bring them back in, they're going to go ahead and do judicial just courtesy and let them do these questioning so they don't have to keep bringing witnesses back between both sides.
So it's a cost efficiency. Maybe that will.
Yeah, and for somebody's time, too, I think to give respect to the witness, too, so they don't have to keep coming back.
Yeah. Well, this was a lot of these people came from out of state, traveled to the scene to work the set.
Yeah.
They're not locals. They were just here for work. So they're probably based out of California, a lot of them, or the other parts of the country. But yeah.
And I may have overheard that Beth, is that the one, Beth Smith? She's possibly going to be in on the 29th, and David Hall's probably the 28th. Could be adjusted depending upon where they're at time-wise, all that stuff, because Beth is local, so they can just throw her in. If they have a spot, they can always pull her in for that testimony. But I was getting kind of like the timeline on break by just sitting in there.
All right. We'll pencil those guys in.
Right.
I think we're about done with this witness. Once cross is done, I think the prosecution has everything they need from this witness. And so unless cross brings up something that they have to correct on redirect, we should be on to the next one here shortly after the break's over. But obviously,
she was really what I wanted to go see was the cross to see what they were doing. And again, my kind of thought is they did show that the guy Steph Curry, Steph Keeney, that guy. He's supposed to be on for the prosecution. I think the 28th or 29th as well. So they're bringing him up to testify.
What's his name again?
The Steph Keeney, the guy with the prop company.
That's where I heard Steph Curry. I'm like,
you might have.
Okay.
I don't know. I start making up names after a while. But he's, I think, the 28th.
Okay. All right. And that's going to be, so we are on the weekend. So that's all this is going to be next week. But good. What's the jury like? You mentioned they're in different seats now that they sort of just shuffled around.
They shuffled around. They're still really paying attention, and you can even tell if they're getting a little bit. There's one lady who obviously is getting a little bit. I don't want to say antsy, but she looked at George, and he's like, "Of course you can just stand up." So she's kind of standing up, just kind of stretching a little bit, just so she doesn't get complacent sitting there. So I mean, they're really paying attention. I'm really impressed.
That's good. I'm still holding out for questions. I'd love to hear questions here. But
well, and what's funny is this morning when we were talking, there was two people by me. I didn't pay attention to any of them. You remember when I said, so I just hold a slide up that says jury questions in the back, and we're like, no, we probably shouldn't do that. So I'm standing there, and there's this guy in this hat, and this other guy is just standing there talking to him, and he's like, so are you on a jury? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I'm wearing my best nonchalant, don't get seen on camera hat. And I'm going, oh, dear God. I don't think it's the same guy, but he's not wearing a hat in the courtroom, so I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm like, watch that guy. I've heard me now. Watch there be questions because he heard me say that or something.
I'm pretty sure there was a guy with the vest that was on in the back. That's just an observer. I think he was joking because
Yeah.
the jury should not be around anybody talking.
No, exactly. I don't think they were, but he went in with somebody early before court opened, so I don't really know. But I don't think, I didn't say anything. He would have known what I was even talking about, in general. He would have heard the conversation, but it was just funny. I was like, go figure. So, but I'm going to go since they're going to do this and they're going to finish hers, and I was only going to listen to her today. So I'll probably head out today. I'll probably pop in next week, but probably midweek. But I definitely want to be there for closings and for verdicts.
Awesome. Bree, it's been wonderful. I appreciate that. If you do see anything else, especially with the jury observation, whether or not they believe or don't believe some certain witnesses, we'd love to hear that, and appreciate you being in court. Can't wait till you get back there.
Will do. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, we're just on a break right now. They're 2 hours ahead of us, so even though it's lunchtime here, they're not ready for lunch. We have to take a late lunch. So we're still on break, Lady Draconis. Please contact the courthouse. The New Mexico seal is tilted. It could be the camera. The camera might not be level.
Call from.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who's on the phone? Hello? Hello? All right. I think somebody butt dialed me, and rather than embarrass them, and that would be bad. So the silent one was on the line. Any chance that Alec Baldwin will testify? No, Steph, unfortunately. Because he has his own case coming up, anything he says in this trial could be used against him. And it's going to be bad enough that he's on trial, and I don't think he'll testify there. But I don't think he would risk that. So he would, if he was called, he would plead the fifth. Generally, if you know a witness is going to plead the fifth, you're not allowed to call them to the stand. Tracy, listening while getting an IV infusion for IVIG for autoimmune. You're helping me to relax. Thank you. Going to be a long day. Tracy, hang in there. Hopefully we can make it a little bit better. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. All right. Another call from Mattis.
Call
Mattis.
Bullet info learner.
To accept.
I missed what you said your name was, Mattis. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back.
And I have more information.
Good.
So I've now been doing some reading on around 1900 German military ammo from before World War I, because apparently the JS is really, it's supposed to be IS, and it really comes from the expression Infanterie Spitzgeschoss, which, as we all know, means pointed bullet for infantry. So I think the appropriate, if that is true, unless someone can refute that, the appropriate image for the thumbnail is now a German soldier with a Pickelhaube and a rifle. So I want to put that on the record.
You're not going to get your German soldier on the thumbnail, Mattis. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
But as far as Alec Baldwin testifying goes, to me, it's a really interesting legal question, because, so first of all, I'm betting you like $1,000 he will not. It's crazy for him. Like, if I was his lawyer, I will just tie him up in the basement so he can't.
I'd take the kidnapping charge, but don't let him get on the stand.
Yeah. I would say my kidnapping falls under litigation privilege.
Yes. He'll thank me later.
I think what a lot of people don't realize, I think, is Hannah can't testify because it's equally disastrous. Because if she takes the stand, you can always attack a witness's character. You can always impeachment with truthfulness. She has like a really ugly event.
She can't say anything. If she gets on the stand, if she says somebody else did it, that's her fault still, because she was in charge. If she says she did it, that's her fault. There's nothing she can say on the stand that would help her case.
Yeah, but also there are some really ugly incidents in her past that the prosecution would have as the word I want to say is ammunition, even though it's a bit inappropriate here, but it's accurate. And you can always attack a witness's character for truthfulness. And apparently, there's an incident where she gave her drunk boyfriend keys to a motorcycle.
Let's leave this out. Let's leave this part out because I can't. It's not going to be brought into trial. I'm pretty sure, and we want to keep the evidence limited to what would be presented to the.
Basically, she can testify because that will come in.
Yeah, and I don't think she will. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll happen in any way. But Mattis, your research once again is spot on when it comes to virtually everything. I will renew my motion to have you be grandfathered in and given a bar license for every state in the United States.
Very good.
So I'll go ahead and file that.
If I get enough signatures, we will get it done.
Wonderful. Mattis, thank you so much. Always love talking to you. We'll see you.
Right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Perfect timing. We're back in court right now. Move to strike, yes. Appreciate those that have clicked the like button. That really does help the channel out. Do appreciate that. The courtroom is filling up. We're seeing more and more people. A lot of the badges mean they're reporters. Look at the smiley.
All right, you may be seated.
Smiley guy in the back corner.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, George, if you could help me
cook the popcorn.
And I'm going to ask permission at this point to publish exhibit in the N series, and I'll be labeling as we go individually.
The N as in Nancy series?
N as in Nancy series.
So,
and I will individually label each of them.
okay, so what happened to the M's? Because we just started with the M's and then I interrupted you, so.
We're done with those, Judge.
Okay, all right, I understand.
And those will be labeled as well,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, can you see that photo which is N as in Nancy 1?
No.
You can't see it? Oh,
There's nothing on my screen.
okay.
George, come fix it. This looks like a bandolier. Lots of silver primers on this one. Just a ton.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what that is.
This was a gun belt that was located in the prop truck.
Okay, and N2.
A different angle of that gun belt.
Okay, and how about N3?
This is a close-up of some of the rounds that were in that belt.
Okay, and do you see different types of rounds in that belt in terms of the head stamps?
I believe in this case, in this photo, they all look the same.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you N4, and what is that?
That's that same photo, but a little clearer. It's not as blurry.
Okay. And are those primers, what color are those primers?
Those are silver.
Okay. And how about N5?
This is a different area of the gun belt close-up.
Okay. And it has, I see 45 Colt rounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And some silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were any of these on N5 determined to be live?
No.
Okay. So these are dummy rounds with silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. How about N6?
This is a different angle of that gun belt.
Okay. N7?
A different angle of that gun belt.
And is that the same with N8?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N9?
This is a close-up of the brand marking that was on the belt.
Okay. And what is N10?
I believe these were the rounds that were in the belt that were removed from it.
Okay. And they all have that, what you called yesterday, that patina?
Yes, that darkening on the casing.
Okay. And how about N11?
This is those same rounds with the Spain Denix round removed.
And the Spain Denix round was the round that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And N12?
This is a close-up of the silver primer on those rounds.
Okay. How about N13?
This was a box of ammunition that was taken from the prop truck.
Okay. N14?
A close-up of some of the writing on that box.
Okay. N15?
Those boxes removed from the cardboard box.
All right. And N16, is that just one of the boxes?
Yes.
Okay. N17, what is the significance of that photo?
This was the writing on the outside of that box.
And that has the JS also?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N18?
This is the styrofoam insert removed from that box.
N19?
A close-up of a different cardboard box with ammunition from the prop truck.
Okay, what is N20?
This is an overall of the Mary Kay bag from the prop truck.
Okay, and again we see in the middle of that Seth Kinney's box with the writing?
With the blue writing that states dummy rounds 45 to LC.
Okay. Again, N21 appears to be a similar picture, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and N22, that is just another picture of a box?
Yes.
Okay. And N23?
That box with the styrofoam removed from it.
Okay. And what is N24?
These were items taken out of the Mary Kay bag and laid out.
Okay, what is that on the top left? What is that item?
My apologies. Your left?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have thought about that. It's on my left. It's as you're looking at it up on that screen, it's the top left, right above the insert.
I believe it was a bracket of sorts that was bent.
Okay. And then on the far right top, is that just a cloth of some sort?
I believe that was one of the sock covers for the firearms.
Okay, and can you tell the jury about that? Did they keep these firearms in a sock cover?
Some of the firearms were kept in sock covers, is what they were referred to as.
Okay. And are you familiar with those sock covers?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. I'm going to go on to N25. Again, is that the same kind of photo of the gun, sock, and then the other two items you have there?
Yes.
And what is the significance of the Q-tips?
They were in the bag, and I was documenting everything that was inside that bag.
Okay. How about N26? Again, we see an insert from a box. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. N27, what is that photo?
This is a close-up of the center of the Mary Kay bag.
Okay. N28 is just a picture of another box. Is that right?
Yes.
Any significance to this particular box?
I took photographs of every single box of ammunition before it was opened and then after it was opened.
Okay, ma'am, and that was from the prop truck? You
Yes.
did that? Okay. And N29, again, is that Seth Kinney's box with the blue writing?
Yes.
Okay. N30, what is that photo?
This is the inside of that box and the rounds that were inside of it.
Okay. And these rounds have silver primers as well?
Yes.
And I think you indicated 16 were dummies?
They were all dummies.
All dummies. One was suspected live.
One was unknown, which is why it was sent to the FBI.
Okay. That was the one that didn't shake?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you don't know these rounds that are in this insert right now, you don't know if they were in there 5 days before October 21st?
No.
You have no way of knowing. N31, is that same picture?
Yes.
Okay. And N32?
These are those rounds removed from the foam and laid out for photographs.
Okay. And same thing in N33?
A close-up of the bottom of those rounds.
Okay. And N34?
I believe this is a close-up of those rounds in the box.
Okay. And I have no further questions in those exhibits, and that's all the questions I have.
You want redirect?
I'm sorry, Helen.
Did you say yes or no? Looks like they'll have some redirects. Tag team, begin. Microwave, cook the microphone, cook the microwave popcorn.
Ms. Popple, you were asked a series of questions about the search of PDQ props. So I'd like to ask you some questions about that. Hang on, let me get myself situated with my notes. Hang on just a second, I'm missing something. When you participated in the search of PDQ props, did law enforcement officers assist you?
Yes.
How many people were present, if you recall, at the search of that location?
Myself, Detective Hancock, and Sergeant Christopher Zook.
And it looked like there was a lot of stuff in there. Is that right?
Yes.
But what's your understanding of what kind of business PDQ is?
That they provide props to movie sets.
Do they have to have props to provide props to movie sets?
I don't. Yes. If that would make sense.
Did the entire business appear to be full of movie props?
Yes.
Okay. And the live ammunition that you found was just that one box, is that right?
Yes.
And when I say the one box, the gray box that had boxes in it.
Yes, marked as 1883.
And it was marked clearly as live.
Yes.
And that was the only live ammunition you found there.
Yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you and showed you some photos of ammunition that was at PDQ that had the JS on the label. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you find any .45 long Colt dummies when you were doing your search of PDQ props?
I don't recall.
Would it help you if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you take a minute and look at your report? Did that refresh your memory?
Yes. There was at least a gun belt that had dummy ammunition in it.
Other than that gun belt, did you find any boxes of 45 long Colt dummies?
I believe so, yes.
You do?
There were, you know what, I apologize, it's not specified in my report if there were additional dummies specific to 45 long Colts located. Our intent was only to find live ammunition at that point.
That was the reason you were searching it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any boxes, if you recall, and if not, because it wasn't the focus of your search, that's fine, just tell us. Did you find any boxes of ammunition that match the one that's on your screen?
I don't recall.
If you were to, not that I'm going to ask you to do it now, don't worry. If you were to take some time and review all of the photos that you took at PDQ, do you think that would help you answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
But I guess we'll never know the answer if she's not going to do it.
And it's my understanding, based on your cross-examination testimony, that in terms of the live ammunition, you only collected 45 caliber ammunition.
Yes.
Was there other caliber live ammunition?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the 45 long Colt live ammunition that you collected, that we've looked at photos of, that's the only live ammunition that was there?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about, you wouldn't know if Sarah Zachary moved evidence from the prop cart to the prop truck. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez ever took anything out of the prop truck before it was searched?
No, I do not know.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether you've received any training in how to distinguish dummy rounds and blank rounds from live rounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you haven't received that training. Is that right?
Correct.
So, in your experience, are movie set crime scenes very common?
No.
Do you have training in guns and ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you capable of measuring things?
Yes.
So without specific training, you are capable of measuring the 6mm projectile or the 4mm projectile, because you can use a ruler, right?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And are you capable of distinguishing brass primers from silver primers?
Yes.
Are you capable of distinguishing different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
Based on your work on this case, how do you tell a dummy round from a live round?
In this case in particular, when a large amount of the dummy rounds, when shaken, would have a rattle to it instead of having gunpowder inside of it.
And so specifically, what about that tells you that they're dummies and not live ammunition?
Well, live ammunition has gunpowder inside of it, so you would not hear that kind of noise.
Because you don't have BBs in with the gunpowder?
Correct.
Okay. And the other dummy rounds, how were you able to distinguish them from the live rounds?
There were holes drilled through the sides of them.
I mean, this isn't rocket science, right?
Right.
This is pretty easy.
Yes.
And you actually, just to be safe, you sent some dummy rounds to the FBI, right?
Yes.
Did any of the dummy rounds that you sent to the FBI come back as live rounds?
No.
In terms of the dummy rounds that you have in evidence, how many dummy rounds don't rattle and don't have a hole in the side?
2.
Thank you. 2 out of how many?
250.
When you were at PDQ doing the search, is there a specific reason that you were only looking for .45 caliber rounds?
My understanding was that was the restriction of the search warrant.
Based on your understanding of the investigation, why are .45 caliber rounds significant and others not significant?
Because all of the live rounds that were located on set were .45 rounds.
And to be clear, let's talk for a moment about the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ. What color were the primers?
There were silver and brass primers collected from PDQ.
In terms of the live ammunition?
Yes.
And do you have photographs of the live ammunition that has silver primers?
Yes, I believe I do.
Okay. I may have to have you come back. We may talk about that. I don't want to hang us up today.
She wasn't expecting that? What? What? Look at defense. Defense is keyed in on this.
Did all of the live rounds that you collected from PDQ, let me ask it this way, did any of them look identical to the live rounds found on set?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
With this witness.
Oh, yes, I'm
yes.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, thank you.
I think he'd like... Wow.
The state will call Christopher Zook.
Christopher Zook is up next. I cannot believe she asked that question. I'm not sure if we have an unprepared witness. I think she testified truthfully. But yes, we saw at PDQ there were live rounds with silver primers and dummy rounds with silver primers. And it's like she was expecting a no answer and got a yes. And tried to clarify it and got another yes.
Face the judge or raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
I love that George demonstrates how to raise your right hand.
Go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Christopher Zook.
And Mr. Zook, how are you currently employed?
I am currently retired.
And where did you retire from?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And back on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
35.
I was a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And in that capacity, did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting on the movie set Rust?
I did.
I want to ask you specific questions. Did you participate in a search of the prop truck?
I did.
And were firearms located in the prop truck?
Yes.
Where were they located?
In a safe.
Were they removed from the safe?
Yes, by CST, or the criminal specialist, Popple.
The lady that
yes,
just left?
The one that just left, yeah. Okay. She was the one that unloaded or took him out of the safe.
And when she took him out of the safe, what did she do with him?
So it was a large box truck that the safe was in, and I was standing outside of the box truck at the back of it, and she would take him out and put him on the bed of the floor of the truck at the opening of the back door, and then we would clear them and then take them into evidence.
Okay. So you were responsible for clearing the firearms?
Yes.
That was not Ms. Popple's job?
No. Well, there was a couple of us that was making sure that they were unloaded and cleared and all that stuff, because we don't want a loaded firearm in our evidence locker.
Sure. And did you come across a lever action rifle?
I did.
And tell us about that.
I do not remember the make or model of it. It was a lever action rifle. The way I was unloading the lever actions, they were an old style gun. I did not know where the magazine or the tube was on that. So what I was doing is just going through the motion of the lever action and having the rounds eject.
Show us what you mean when you say going through the motion of a lever action, for those of us that don't know what that means.
Do you mind if I stand?
Sure.
Okay. So a lever action rifle, it's right there by the trigger. There's just a little, it's a lever, and you just rack it back and forth, and it will take it from the magazine and put it into the tube. And then when when the round is spent, you do it again and ejects it, and then while you're coming back, it will reload another round. That make sense?
Yes.
So you have to do the action, a lever action.
And when you're doing the lever action, do the rounds inside just fly out?
They eject out. They're supposed to.
Okay. And that's what you were doing to unload it?
Yes.
Were you able to unload that gun?
No, not all the way. I believe I was able to unload at least a round or two, and then there was a round that was jammed.
And do you know what caliber of ammunition that lever action rifle took?
It was a .44-40.
And do you know why it was jammed?
Because the round that was in it was a .45, which is just like very slightly bigger.
Okay. It was enough to jam the rifle?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, sir, are you familiar with those types of Henry rifles?
I'm not.
And so you're not aware that you don't have to lever that to extract the rounds?
I do now, but at the time I did not know that.
Okay, so now you're aware that you don't have to work the lever to get those rounds out? Correct.
On the end of the tube or the magazine that I found out later on, we had our gun expert at the sheriff's office. His name is Deputy Steve Orr. I had him come into our ammunition room, which is covered in cinder blocks, so if it did go off, people are safe. And he showed me actually at the end of the tube there was a part where you just twist and the rounds came out. So I know now, but at the time I did not.
Okay. So at the time you're working the lever, but later you learn you can just twist that and they'll fall out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you knew after the gun expert got it out, it was a dummy round?
I'm going to guess if I say yes or no on that one. So
okay, don't guess. No, don't guess. So you weren't aware one way or another whether it was a dummy or another type of round?
No, I handed it off to our evidence technician, and she was going through all the rounds to see if they were dummies or not.
Okay, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Just one follow-up. Were you present when Deputy Orr was removing the ammunition from that gun?
Yes.
Did the .45 caliber round come out easily?
No, it was actually jammed in the barrel of the gun. So once Deputy Orr showed me, hey, this is how you do it, we were able to take a couple rounds out, and the round was big enough it would not eject out of the ejection port, so he actually had to manipulate the round down into the tube, and then it eventually came out of the tube. So it did still fit into the tube, the magazine, but not into the the barrel itself.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was jammed in the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. So even when you were there with Orr and you were doing it the easy way, unloading it with his knowledge, that round still didn't want to come out.
No, we had to manipulate it to get it out.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Your Honor, may I ask one more question so I don't have to recall him for this?
Sure. No objection.
Thank you.
Got a recross.
Sir, just one last question. You know, when you levered it, that jammed the 45 round in the barrel?
Yes. Yes. So there was, I know there was at least a round. I don't remember if there was more than that. I know there was at least a round. So when I chambered it, that round got ejected, and then that 45 round came from the tube and went to the barrel, and that's where.
So he jammed the gun.
I freaked out. I thought I damaged the gun. Okay. But once I started trying to get it out, it wasn't even grabbing to get it out or anything. So it did jam it. So I did jam it, but I guess, assumed that all the rounds that were in it were the correct rounds.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Next witness.
The state calls Brian Litzinger.
Christopher Zook jammed the Henry rifle. Henry's a good maker of firearms. They've made rifles since. I think Henry rifles are responsible for the elimination of buffalo, as we know it on the Great Plains. They were making guns when way back in the day, and very high quality rifles. Cannot believe he chambered every round. They literally have a situation where they know there's live rounds on the set. They're trying to find if there are more live rounds, and he's in the evidence truck, the prop truck.
Sorry. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Okay, who do we have here? Sorry, I was speaking over this.
Go ahead and state your name, sir.
My name is Ryan Litzinger.
Ryan, I'm sorry. I thought it was Brian. I apologize.
That's okay.
Mr. Litzinger, how are you currently employed?
I am employed as a videographer and editor with a production company in Albuquerque.
And tell us about that production company in Albuquerque. What do you do?
So we are, we outfit productions with crew, camera, lighting, sound, DPs.
What's a DP?
Director of photography. And we're also a rental house, so we also rent equipment.
Did you, I'm sorry.
Crewing as well. So like staffing different productions.
Okay. You help provide crew members?
Yes.
Okay.
To different productions and, like I said, also a rental house.
Okay. At any point in time, were you asked to do any work on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What work were you asked to do?
So we were asked to, we were contracted to do duties of an EPK, which is stands for electronic press kit, which is something that a lot of productions have.
Give us more information. We don't know what an EPK is or why.
Okay, so
this guy's all acronyms. I love it.
Basically, there are days that are, reserved for behind the scenes, and there's also days that are reserved for cast interviews, and that together makes an EPK. And what the production company will do with that is up to them.
Okay, so specifically, what did you do on this film, and if you can tell us what dates you did it?
So October 13th, 2021 and October 15th, 2021, we shot behind the scenes footage and also captured production audio together. And we also conducted cast interviews.
Okay, and in terms of I'm not so interested in the interviews, but in terms of the behind the scenes footage, describe to us, what are you filming and why? Are you just filming
So a lot of the time we try to get just the action in between action and cut is when a lot of times you'll see directors planning what they want to do next, talking to the actors, wardrobe changes, audio tweaks, anything like that, and that's really important for people that are interested in watching the making of, or whoever kind of gets this footage. You know what I mean? That's interesting to them. So. That's what happens on behind the scenes. We try to focus on the DP, the director of photography, the director, and the actors. I mean, that's a lot of what we do.
So you're not actually filming clips for the movie. You are filming the actors and the crew working on the movie set.
Yes. Sometimes that's. Yes, a majority of what we do is we film the actors and the crew on set, working and doing their jobs. But sometimes we're at a place called Video Village, which is basically a setup where people watch the scene that's being filmed, and we will sometimes shoot that. So it's just video of the actual movie being filmed. Sometimes we'll be there.
Understood. But even when you're filming in Video Village, you're filming people working.
Yes, they're working as well, yes.
You're showing the director of photography looking at the monitor and seeing what is being filmed.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that some of this will make more sense a little later on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, I was going to say if I'm not...
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just for people who aren't familiar with what you do, because I'm not going to show the videos today. We're going to show them later in the trial. Did I subpoena videos from you?
Yes.
And did you provide me all of the videos that you made on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And recently, did I send some of them back to you for you to review?
Yes.
How many videos did I send back to you for you to review?
I counted 17.
Do you recall approximately how many videos you sent me in response to my subpoena?
A lot.
I do not.
Can you estimate? Can you give us an estimate?
It could be over 100.
Okay.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I would have to. I don't recall. I didn't count, but
it's okay.
It could be over 100.
Okay. I'm happy with your answer, but if I can show you what you sent me.
Oh, do you have a number?
I don't have the number, but I have all your files.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Why'd you ask me if you have the answer? The witness is like, what? How was I supposed to remember this?
If you'll just give me a moment to switch gears here.
So Ryan Litzinger, this witness here, he's the behind-the-scenes guy. He's a local. This is common for a movie production or any sort of production, to hire locals to run cameras, to hire locals to do some of the work that's like this, behind the scenes. Could be anybody, right?
No problem.
I don't know what the real number is, he says. So he's local. He's filming behind the scenes. He said everything between action and cut, but what he meant was everything between cut and action. He's filming the between scenes, the behind the scenes, what people are doing as things are happening as well, and this all makes it into the making of reel. And they just turn over the video, I guess, to the production company if they want to do a making of.
Mm-hmm.
He talks like he's just chatting the boat. Oh, he's completely relaxed.
Oh, that's the...
This is hometown boy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you see how they're numbered?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
I've done work like this. I've worked on crews just like this. Been hired by a crew that came in to produce an event. They're like, hey, we need some local photogs. We need some video operators, camera ops, replay, sound guys, and they hit you up, and you get, once you're on the list, there's like a secret list. Once you're on the list, they just call nonstop, and they're fun jobs. Generally, they pay pretty well. Free food. You show up, do a little bit of work, have some fun, get to see behind the scenes, get to see a great event or a concert or game, and then you go home and hopefully get paid. Unfortunately, many times the hopefully get paid is the least reliable part of doing those gigs.
Did seeing the electronic files that you provided me refresh your memory?
Yeah, I mean, just about how much content there was.
How many videos did you give me?
126.
Okay, thank you. And the 17 videos that I sent back to you for you to review, do you recognize those videos when you looked at them?
Yes.
And are those the videos that you filmed?
Yes.
And those specific 17 videos, what day did you film those videos?
That was October 13th, 2021.
Thank you. So what I would like to do at this point in time is I would like to move for the admission of all videos from production outfitters that the court deems relevant and admissible as we move through the trial.
No objection.
No objection.
Of the 17.
Minor of the 17, I think the defense does have some that they are intending to admit also.
All right. Okay.
So this is kind of a joint foundation.
Yes, per stipulation, we'll do it this way, and I will so admit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I pass the witness.
That just saved days of time of him verifying every single video that they want to use.
Sorry, Ryan. Not so fast.
First time here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being with us today. I don't have any questions for you. You mentioned Video Village. How exactly does that work? What is that?
That's an external monitor that is separate from the cameras that are being used by the film crew. It's separate so that they can watch that. The director and the director of photography can watch what's happening separately.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with film sets and things like Video Village and whatnot?
I see quite a few of them.
All right. When that kind of system goes down, how do people have to adapt on set?
When a system like Video Village will go down?
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen it go down, but I would imagine that they would probably...
Hang on, I'm going to object because I think it's speculative at this point, but I also think that there are going to be plenty of witnesses who can talk about what they did in fact when it went down.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Did you witness any scenes actually being shot when you were on set?
Yes.
Did those scenes involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
All right. Did he seem to be in command of those scenes?
Objection. Foundation.
Judge, he said he saw it.
I'd allow this one.
Overruled.
Okay.
Well, the one that sticks out, he wouldn't have been in command because I think that it seemed that he was on a horse and he was playing dead. So it wasn't really much of a...
Okay. And what I'm talking about more so is,
we get dead guy on the horse
insofar as the pace of filming and things like that, did he seem to have an influence on that?
Sorry?
Okay, so this is an area that we're going to be careful here. I've already added the one time they mentioned my name. We're not adding every time they say he, talking about Alec Baldwin. We want either Alec or Baldwin or Mr. Baldwin or some combination of those. Talking about that Video Village, I have this equipment. Okay, you got something like this right here, right? These are wireless transmitters. You plug it in to the camera, or you can pass through the video. So the camera on scene has the transmitter, and then they can wirelessly just send the signal, way off, hundreds of yards away if you need to somewhere else where you can have people watching and them talking is not going to interrupt the scene. And they have a receiver and they can watch, and then they'll radio back. It's like, no, you need to do that again. Boom mic in the shot, something like that. But they're good equipment. I actually picked up 2 pair of these, so we can make 2 video villages. All All right. Yeah. So dead guy on the horse. That was the funniest comment I've heard out of this guy. It's like he didn't appear to be in command because he was dead on a horse at the time. They do look like walkie-talkies. They're basically walkie-talkies that transmit video instead of video and audio instead of just voice, instead of just sound. Guess we need to. I'm not sure how we're going to do the dead guy on the horse look.
Wait, you don't talk. Sorry.
Don't talk to me, says the judge.
Scenes that you saw Mr. Baldwin in, did he seem to be in control of how the scene was actually being shot and how quickly he was asking other people to work?
Like I said, that so they're a short amount of time. What?
You're like, what do I do now? This guy has no idea what's going on. As familiar, he's still talking. They're like, shut up. Shut up. Don't say anything. Quit talking to me. As familiar as he is with movie sets and how this works, he has no clue what's going on in court, what he's doing wrong, what an objection means, what he's supposed to do at this point. Looks like they're going to shut down that line of questioning because it still went a little astray of what.
I don't know. Did you make any edits to the videos that you sent Ms. Morrissey via subpoena?
No, there was no edits to the videos.
All right. Thanks. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just quickly.
0.06 seconds of lag, Steve.
Mr. Litzinger, you expressed that you have some familiarity with the monitors in Video Village.
Yes. Yeah.
And you filmed inside Video Village on the set of Rust, didn't you?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. The monitor that the director of photography is looking at in Video Village.
Yeah.
Are they only looking at what the camera is recording?
They can see multiple cameras.
Right. But they can they see anything that is not being recorded by a camera?
Yes.
How?
Like I said, some of those monitors are attached to other cameras.
But if the cameras aren't rolling, how are they able to see through the monitor?
It still works. The pass through live feed.
That's a specific question to what kind of monitors they are.
Okay, that's beyond your knowledge in terms of what they had on this movie set?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what
No
kind
problem.
they're using.
No problem. We'll talk to somebody else about it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I appreciate your time.
Your excuse. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
For an example, just a quick example.
The next witness is, should we take a early lunch break or should we keep going?
I think the next witness isn't going to take very long, so if we can get him done, and then we'll go to lunch. Jason Hawks is who the state will call next.
Jason Hawks is up next. As a quick example, the camera, let me show you on my screen right here. This camera right here is live, but it's not recording. It's not recording. Cameras can record footage like they do for a movie set, but it can also output a live view of what it's looking at. So yes, people in Video Village can see what is going on without it actually being recorded and have a copy.
Thank you.
That's how it works.
Okay, so you're facing that. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. Talk into the mic. Thank you.
I love that they're talking about nerdy stuff, cameras and all that stuff.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jason Hawks.
How are you currently employed?
I own a company that analyzes device extractions and cell phone records for attorneys.
Lucky you. Mr.
Lucky
Hawks.
you. He's like, what? It's a
Can
good
you
business.
give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some information about your background and training?
Certainly. So I started in law enforcement in 2005 with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I remained there until 2017, with the last about 7 years being assigned to investigations. After leaving the Sheriff's Office, I went to the District Attorney's Office, where I was an investigator for the DA. I was there for 3 years, and then I started this company. Specific to device extractions, I've attended classes from Cellbrite, which is a company that extracts information from a handset, I'm a certified operator, certified physical analyst, and I've recently taken the advanced smartphone analysis.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by the prosecutor's office, I believe it was about a year ago, in March, late March, I believe, 23.
And were you asked to perform any work?
I was.
And let me back up for a second. Have you been, I apologize. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in cell phone records and device analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
Between records from the carrier and records from the handset, I've been qualified 53 times in 5 states.
Do you recall what those states are?
Let's see, Texas, Louisiana, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, 6 states, in California.
Okay. And now you're here in New Mexico.
Now I'm in New Mexico.
So make it 7.
I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Hawks as an expert in cell phone records and device analysis.
No objection.
We're going to get some text messages in through his work.
Now you get to add New Mexico to your list. Mr. Hawks, can you explain to the jury kind of what kind of technology you're using and kind of how the cell phone records interface with the software, the extraction software?
Sure. So our smartphones are essentially a bunch of databases that are stored. So programs like Cellbrite go in and they extract the information from the handset. And they do it in a way that doesn't change the nature of the artifact. So if I receive a text message but don't read it, it doesn't change that unread status. So at first, all of the information is removed from the handset, and then it's parsed through Physical Analyzer, is the name of the program. In Physical Analyzer, the information is essentially put back together, and it's converted to whatever time zone it needs to be converted to.
In this particular case, what kind of work did you perform?
I reviewed the Cellbrite extraction of Ms. Gutierrez Reed's her iPhone.
When an extraction is done, does everything on the phone get kind of downloaded?
Unfortunately, not everything. So not all of the information is always recovered, but things like text messages, phone calls, images, things like that are downloaded from the handset.
And when you took you received the raw data from the extraction that was done of Ms. Gutierrez's phone, is that right?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you yourself did not perform the extraction.
That's correct.
Do you know who performed the extraction? Not the person's name, but the agency.
The regional computer forensics lab here in New Mexico.
So how did that data come to you?
It came to me on an external hard drive.
And when you received that data, what did you do in order to conduct an analysis?
So I opened the data in the Physical Analyzer program, which essentially takes the extracted data and runs it through the most current version of the program. And with that, it breaks out the data into various different categories.
Okay. And what kind of categories?
Everything from cell sites that the phone might have seen, images, videos, audio files, notes, text messages, iMessages, voice logs. There's most of the data that we see on our phones is accessible to the program.
And were you able to separate out information related to this particular device that identifies this device?
Yes.
Did he say he was using physical analyzer?
I'm going to show you what I am marking as State's Exhibit.
What was the tool he used
92.
after Cellbrite on the extraction data? We have had suggestions to sell merchandise with the thumbnail after it's done. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We're still thinking it over. A mass spectrometer. Cellbrite physical analyzer. Okay.
May I approach?
These guys, these Cellbrite guys, they talk like they're really, really smart, but the software is really, really
Do you recognize that?
I do.
kid-friendly.
This is the device information that was captured by the Cellbrite program for the phone.
How do we know that this is Hannah Gutierrez's phone?
Well, I mean, I received the extraction of the phone. There's some information on here, such as like the phone number, an email address, things like that, that would suggest that it is.
Okay. The phone number's on there?
Yes.
All right.
Jim Bob, tell me you're an Android user without telling me you're an Android user. Greeners. Thank you for the hot stock tip of the day.
Let's just kind of look at a couple of things here. I know it's. Let's see if we can make it a little closer up. Does this tell you what kind of?
You want to use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Does this tell you what kind of phone it was?
It does.
What kind of phone was it?
So on number 6, you can see where it says detected model. It says iPhone, and then in parentheses it says D as in David, 54, P as in Paul, A as in Adam, P as in Paul. That's the iPhone code for an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. And I'm sorry, does this monitor usually come on? Because I can't see.
I can send it.
That would be great if I can see it on the monitor in front of me so I don't have to walk back and forth. My eyesight isn't good enough to see what's up there. Thank you, sir. Does it provide the date and time of the extraction?
The date and time of the extraction is actually on a different part of the extraction.
What's in the number 2 column?
That is the
or
date.
Row, rather.
I'm sorry. That is that's the date and time that the phone was displaying at the time of when it was extracted in UTC.
Okay. So, what is your understanding about the date? I don't particularly care about the time. The date of the extraction.
That it was the extraction occurred on December 8th of 2021.
And
I noticed Hannah's breathing seemed to increase when she saw
an
that.
Apple ID associated with this phone?
There is.
Breath rate.
What's that?
So that is number 22 under Apple ID, where it says Hannah me male.
And what is the phone number associated with this phone?
The phone number is on line number 24, which is 928-8675-309.
What's the owner name of this phone?
The name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32, which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have caught that one.
And did you, at my request, did you separate out some contact information for one of the people in the contacts of this phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 93. May I approach?
So clearly this was the work phone. I don't know what else to say. I have no words.
Sir, do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
I do.
What is that?
This is the contact information for a contact stored as Dad Kula.
I'm sorry, permission to publish? I'm already publishing.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
To the
Permission to
admission and
publish.
publication.
I'm already publishing. Oh, somebody doing some sewing back there? Is the gentleman with the green lanyard on?
Generally speaking, what information does this sheet have with regard to the contact Dad Kula? And if you could spell that for us.
Sure, it's DADCULA exclamation point. So what it has is information about that person's contact info, their WhatsApp phone number, their telephone number, when it was added as a contact, that sort of thing.
What's the phone number for Dad Kula?
The phone number is 323
867 5309.
All right, thank you.
Everyone has the same number if you
At
haven't
my request, did you
caught on yet.
sort of pull out text messages from the date of October 20th, 2021?
I did.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 94. And there are 3 pages to this exhibit.
Okay.
Permission.
Did he identify it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Skipped a step. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a text thread between the 928 number I already referenced and a 505 number.
All right, so you'll motion it in?
Permission to publish. And first move. I'll move for the admission of 92, 93, and 94, and then I think we're also going to do a general moving like we discussed.
Okay.
So, no objection. All right, one so big movement. Publish. Trisha, congratulations. Thank you so much. 9 months. Samantha Terry, 13 months.
So when we're seeing this text message here that's on the screen, is this a text message from that phone or to that phone?
It is a text message from the 928 number to the 505 number.
Okay, and can you read it for us?
The content?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes,
Buckle
it's
up.
LOL. I don't need that tonight anyways. Right on. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the second page of Exhibit 94. And is that a text to or from Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
It is from her phone.
And it is to the 505 number?
Correct.
And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds p.m. local time.
Okay. And can you read that for us?
It says, headed down to get high out back, 2:B.
Twelble, thanks for the 8 months
I'm
of
gonna show you
support.
the third page
Appreciate you.
of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, "Time to eat now. How'd the blaze cess go?"
And then is there and what time was that message sent?
So that message was received by the phone at 8:24 and 46 seconds p.m. in red at 8:25 and 47 seconds.
Blaze session.
Okay. And so this is the time that it was received?
Correct.
And this is the time it was read?
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "I'm still smoking."
Okay, thank you.
Vince, I'm sorry, my friend. Hang in there.
Did you sort of separate out for me a short thread between Ms. Gutierrez's phone and the Dad Kula contact?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as
It's getting spicy, guys.
Exhibit 95.
Steph W., welcome to the gallery.
State's Exhibit 95 is a 2-page exhibit.
The insinuation is that there was marijuana at least smoked. You usually don't say a smoking session when you're talking about tobacco. It's typically going to be marijuana or something higher.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you for thanking me. This we could go all day.
Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
Roddy Lover.
What is that?
These are messages that were exchanged between the 928 number and the Dad Kula contact on November 8th of 2021.
Approximately what time?
It starts at 4:08 and 36 seconds, and it ends at 5:36. I'm sorry, 5:24 and 38 seconds.
I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 95 and ask permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, States 95 is admitted. You may publish it.
Sorry, I broke everything. I'll fix it.
And that message, is that from the 928 number?
Correct. So any of the messages that are in green are from the 928 number, and any messages in blue are from an outside number.
Okay. And can everybody read that? That way I don't have to have Mr. Hawks read it. And then I'm going to show you the second page, if everybody's had a moment to read that. I'll show you the second page. And in the second page, what are we looking at here?
So the top blue box is the response from the previous message that says "will do," and then beneath that is an image that was sent to her phone from the outside number.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a thumbnail of the image that was sent to her phone. So the image name is IMG_, 0686.heic, and we're looking at the inset thumbnail.
And were you able to collect that actual photo for me so we don't have to look at a thumbnail?
Yes.
Thank you.
Priscilla, thanks for the gifted membership. Roddy Lover, thanks for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you so much. You guys are very generous.
At my request, did you separate a text thread between Ms. Gutierrez, the Dad Kula contact, and a contact by the name of Jason Bowles?
Yes.
Hannah's demeanor has changed a little bit. She's now holding a pen. She seems much more involved, and I saw her heart rate. Her breathing rate was, I can't say heart rate. My eyes aren't that good. But her breathing rate seemed to pick up when we started addressing the fact that we were going into her phone. As soon as they put that first spreadsheet of the Cellbrite extraction data up on the screen, she seemed to be keyed in a little bit. It's not just millennials, it's everybody. I know we're supposed to text as if it will one day be read in court, but how many of us actually follow that principle?
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is part of the text message thread that you were just referencing.
And what's the date of that text exchange?
What is in front of me here starts on December 1st, 2021, and ends also December 1st, 2021.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I move for the admission of States Exhibit 96 and permission to publish.
No objection.
States 96 is admitted, you may publish.
Can you just briefly explain what we're looking at here?
Sure. So the top blue box is a message from the Dad Kula contact to Ms. Gutierrez's phone, and the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a...
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
We approach just a moment.
Oh, sure.
I'm not sure they've identified the phone number being linked to that individual yet. Have they? They said Mrs. Bowles or Mr. Bowles. Yeah, Darlene, this stuff is, anytime you're using the defendant's own words against them, this has got to be, it's got to be quite nerve-wracking. But at this point, she knows what's in there. She knows what's coming in. It probably has some stuff that makes her look less than good. Let's see. Weed, Mary J is not a big deal, and Blaze all day was fun. Booze is far worse. Big Tire, I'd say either one of those when you're in charge of firearms and you've got live rounds and ammunition would be a problem, because either one of them impair judgment to some degree, even if it just delays reaction times.
Mr. Hawks, let me back up for just a moment. how do we know that 3 people were involved in this text conversation?
So the Cellbrite program will pull out text threads. So if you and I have a text thread, and you and I and another person have a text thread, those are 2 separate threads in my phone. So what we're looking at here is a thread that was between these 3 people.
Okay. This is not a thread that was only between Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read that? I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibit 96. And Mr. Hawks, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking at a continuation of that same text thread. So the top blue box is an incoming message from the contact from Mr. Bowles. The green box beneath that is an outgoing message to both, because it's a group thread. And then the bottom blue box is an incoming message from the Dad Kula contact.
Okay. Everybody have an opportunity to read those. I know they're pretty short, and at this point they may not make much sense.
Yeah, honestly, the gun won't go off
But we're
unless
getting
he fully cocked it. If someone could just show
I'm
her.
going to show you the...
They're talking about a single action and double action. I can explain that for you if you'd like. It's a technical difference. They're two different styles of firearms, and it has to do with what motions need to occur before a firearm, the revolver, will shoot. A double action is when you pull the trigger and the hammer is brought back and then goes forward again with one trigger pull. A single action, you have to cock the hammer and then pull the trigger to shoot. He's saying it was a single action, meaning the gun would not fire unless first he had cocked, and talking about Mr. Baldwin, the gun would not fire unless first he had cocked that hammer back, which locks it in the back position, and then he pulls the trigger. Not entirely true, because the hammer, well, depending on the model of the gun, it may be true, because the hammer on some models of the guns has a half-cock safety position that would catch it if the trigger wasn't pulled. But depending on the model of the gun, it may not have that. If it was a newer gun, I would say it does. So the trigger would have to be pulled, and then the hammer pulled back and released, and it could fire. They're definitely blaming Mr. Baldwin in the text for sure. Zimmy, where's the 50? I didn't hear his name. Are we still at 49? Me mentioning it doesn't count. It's got to be said. His name, Alec Baldwin or Alec Baldwin. Phone's going nuts right now. You guys are lighting it up. Okay.
Alex stole it. Okay, jury, we're going to break for lunch. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, okay? And thank you. We'll be back at... What do you all want?
I'm like burger maybe.
Or
what? I thought you were taking an order.
1 o'clock. What do you want?
Is 1 possible, Judge?
You're sure it is? Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay. All right.
All rise.
Means we get an hour and 15 minutes. Set a timer for 1 hour 15 minutes.
Counting down.
Series on it. Okay, so we have an hour and 15 before we come back. We'll try to recap just a little bit what happened here before we take our break, and then we'll start again with this afternoon afterwards. Let's see if there's any business they conduct before lunch.
Okay, and counsel, because he's still under oath and still testifying, please don't talk with any other witnesses about this case. case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, so council will be back at 10 of, and just in case there's anything to address. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
We're in recess. There we go. So everyone heads out to lunch. Hannah, because she is not in custody, she is out on bond, that she can go places and do things. Let's see. Not sure where they're going to head out, but we'll take a brief break here and let me recap a little bit of what happened this morning. See, Peter's going to be on at 2 p.m. I can redirect to Peter. That's a great idea. Is he recapping this? Let me take a look at what Peter's got coming up. I love Peter's take on this. I say that, but I haven't heard it. Okay. Oh, yeah, so he was talking about this trial. Okay, we'll redirect to Peter here in just a second. Let's recap, though, because he's going to start in about 10 minutes or 12 minutes. Recapping about the day, where we're at. We began the day with the same witness on the stand that we had yesterday, and that was, what was her name? Mrs. Marissa Popple, I believe. Marissa Popple. So she was the one that had all the pictures of all the bullets and which ones were dummies, which ones were live, which ones were blanks. It was a little bit monotonous. It was a little bit confusing. Hopefully the jury got everything they needed out of that one, because there was a lot of it. There was a lot of different rounds and a lot of different locations. The most interesting stuff we heard today had to do with the search of the PQD prop store or location where ammunition was stored, and they did have live rounds. They had dummy rounds with silver primers. They had some live rounds that were there, all boxed separately, and then they had all the other stuff. The boxes, they look like the same sort of manufacturer or make or stamping on the boxes as before. So it's hard to tell where everything came from, but it's reasonable to suspect they might have all come from the same source. That was interesting. The part that blew me away was the end of her testimony. I think it was her testimony, right? When the prosecutor asked a question about the backs of the primers and if there were any dummy rounds that had those silver primers, and she's like, yes. And she's like, are you sure? And she's like, she was not expecting the answer to be yes, but it had been covered already on redirect or on cross, by defense. They had brought that up and shown the pictures of the dummy rounds that were in the bandolier at the PDQ place that were at silver primers, and it pops a hole in their balloon that all the silver primers are live rounds. That's what they've been trying to say all along, and it's not true. It's not true. So that's they're might go back and redress that, but it's definitely a problem. I believe she said that the live rounds were both silver and brass. It throws off the Kohler thing. All you have to do is look at the back and it will tell you, and it's off. It's out. We might have to go back and listen. Anyway, so we heard her. We've got a couple other witnesses popped up. We've got Christopher Took. He's the one who jammed the Henry the rifle. Great witness, but doesn't know guns. Didn't know that you could unload the rifle by unscrewing the barrel tube and ejecting all the shells that way. Instead, he cycled each one. He loaded the gun. And this blows my mind. He cycled everything through the chamber, or he attempted to, trying to rack around and then eject it without firing. Rack around, eject without firing. In the process of doing that, he jammed the one shell that shouldn't have been in there in the barrel. And they had to take it and extract it somewhere else. And his comment of, we did this in a room, I'm not sure if he racked the gun and did this in the room with the cinder blocks, or if they took the bullet out in a room with the cinder blocks, but he said, we did it in a room with cinder blocks so that if the gun went off, no one would get hurt. A cinder block room, it does not make you safe. Firing a gun in a cinder block room, it is not a safe thing to do. Oh my goodness. We'll talk about that later when we have a little more time. Let's see. So we had him. We had Ryan Litzinger, who we liked. He was the cameraman, the videographer, the local guy that sort of filmed the behind the scenes of the shoot. And so he was filming at Video Village, and he's filming people walking around, and he was questioned by by the defense, trying to sort of say, hey, you saw behind the scenes. Wasn't Alec Baldwin pretty much in charge? And every time they ask this question, they're like objections, but they're like, wasn't Alec Baldwin really commanding? He was like the man that was really driving this show. And he's like, no. And they're like, why is that? Well, because when I saw him, he was playing dead on a horse. which is a little different. That was great. We loved Ryan Litzinger. Wish we could have him back for some more testimony. But he has provided 126 video clips. These are clips that were shot at the scene around the church, somewhere on the set during that time period. I think it's just during that day. Might be more than that, but there are going to be about 17 of those that are admitted. They were all admitted without objection, so some the defense wants to play, some the prosecution is going to play. So we'll see some of the footage that his team or he himself gathered on that. Let's see. We have Jason Hawks analyzed the Cellbrite data from Hannah's iPhone. Extraction was performed by the Regional Computer Forensics Lab. They're the one that pushed the button on the Cellbrite data. Then he used Physical Analyzer to sort of extract the information he's got. We've got some juicy texts in there that are enlightening as far as drug use on or about the time period at play. And yes, can we have a dead man on a horse for a thumbnail, please? Let me show you. Oh man, here's what we've got. When you talk about thumbnail, for those that are following this trial with us, we have a thumbnail we use every day for the trial, and as events in the trial are brought up, certain parts of evidence are admitted or something that's pertinent to the case, we add a representation of it on our little thumbnail here. And so each day this thumbnail will develop, and by the end of the case it will be a very crowded screen, but it will tell the whole story or the key parts of the story. Dead man on a horse is not something I think that we have some clip art for. Dead man on horse. Oops, I'm typing on the wrong computer. I just typed that in my notes. Don't need that. Okay, we'll try this one. Dead man on horse. I was thinking maybe a tombstone on a horse might work. Let's see. We're trying to keep it a little bit cartoony. We've got, yeah, I'm not seeing it yet. We might have to mix and match and have a tombstone riding the horse. Yeah, I'm not seeing it there. Anyway, so we'll have to go. We're not going to do anything about gorillas and cats. I know I see the request. I would have to explain that every time we talked about the picture. And I know it was mentioned. I know it was said, but we can't do that. Try sleeping cowboy on a horse. We might look at that. We're going to do a break. I'll look into it during the break and see what I can find on this. Tombstone pizza on top of a horse. I think the tombstone's the best way to go. But that being said, that takes us to our current moment in time where we are in a lunch break, and we're going to be back at let's see. Hey Siri, show timer.
There's a timer with 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 59 seconds left.
I'm sorry if any of you, your phones were triggered by that. But so we're going to be back in just under an hour, maybe 45 minutes we'll be back, which will put us at 2:45. That'll give us time to have lunch break, and we're going to, you guys are funny. Skeleton on a horse, that one might work. I like that idea. I'll look and see what we have available. Maybe Ichabod Crane or something. I'm okay with some vague references here. I know when to not ask for certain images. I learned my lesson last time. All right. That being said, we are going to go ahead and take a break. I appreciate all you guys joining me. I'd love for it if you could all come back this afternoon for the rest of the court appearances. This is what I call the best place to watch true crime. And I'd love your input, your commentary, the education I get from many of you who have vast experience in a vast and broad experience, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm hungry, obviously. I'm focused on the food, and it's time to go. If you're not able to return with us this afternoon, I'm sorry. We'll miss you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about 45 minutes for part 2 of day 2 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial in New Mexico. I'm excited for this afternoon. I'm sure it will get spicier because I'm sure there was more stuff found in that Celebrite cell phone dump than what we've heard already. So we're going to port everyone over to Lawyer No so we can get his expert analysis on what's happened, what the state has proved so far. And I'll be listening a little bit there while I eat, and then we'll be back here in about 45. So have a good one, you guys. We will see you a little bit later this afternoon. Forgot to mention, if you want to be first in chat, you can win the internet. So ring the bell, click the subscribe button. It'd be nice if you click the like button as well. Just one time is all you need. But thank you guys. We'll see you after lunch.